The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in the paths of righteousness for the sake of His name. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for You are with me. Your rod and Your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The Lord is my shepherd. The Lord is my shepherd, I don't want for more. He lays me in green fields by the still shore. He brings my soul home when my path runs dry. He leads me. Even if I lose my way, He knows my name. Even if the dark gets close, He stays the same. The Lord is my shepherd, I will not fear. He walks right beside me. He keeps me here. The Lord is my shepherd, my cup runs over. Mercy in every step, grace on my shoulders. He leads me straight on the right road, line for His own good name. He makes it shine. When I walk through the valley of death's deep shade, I won't break down, I won't be afraid. You're with me. Your rod, Your staff, they steady my heart. When the night feels long, You light the dark. The Lord is my shepherd, I will not fear. He walks right beside me. He keeps me here. The Lord is my shepherd, my cup runs over. Mercy in every step, grace on my shoulders. You set a table right in front of my foes. You anoint my head and You overflow. Goodness and mercy will follow me home all the days I breathe. I'm never beside me. He keeps me here. The Lord is my shepherd, my cup runs over. Mercy in every step, grace on my shoulders.
Ay, grace and peace, everybody. We're back. I'm gonna put myself in 0 second timeout because you know what? I'm gonna drop a membership because I keep doing that. I got to get better at that. So shout out to the best live chat on the internet. I'm gonna drop some memberships because I keep putting myself on mute. What a bonehead, man! Come on, we're better than that. Anyway, hopefully you all are having a great day. I got a good one planned for y'all tonight. We are going to go over. Um, well, we are going to look at the results. Hopefully, the results will be in around 7:15-ish, give or take, for the Georgia primaries going on here, and then any other election races. If the mods will keep me posted on it, any of that stuff. Well, yeah, I guess I don't know how long we're going to be tonight because I don't know if we're going to be checking out some Colorado races and stuff like that. But here in Georgia, it's 5:30. Races should be over. Polls going to close at 7 o'clock. I think it's going to be pretty straightforward, if you will. So we'll be announcing those election results. But then also, I got some interesting stories I think you all would find value in. So shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Good to see y'all, everybody. Let's see who we got up in here tonight. Giselle said, "Look, I'm number one." She up in here. What you got, Joe? Joe says it's just got back from voting in Middle Georgia. Yes, let's come on, Georgia. Make the right decisions, Georgia. Come on, please. Oh, by the way, let me know. There's a poll question. Do you want to do a watch party on Thursday for Cantifa is supposed to be interviewing Hunter Biden? And let me tell you, the answer can be no. That is a very, very, very reasonable answer. If y'all say, no, I don't want to do that, just let me know. So anyway, answer the poll question. Shout out to, let's see what we got up in here. Let's hope Trump hating Massey loses. All right, shout out. Preferably he does. I see you. Hey there, redefined queen. How are you? Grace and peace to you. Jackie up in here. She says she's number 5. She's number 5. Thank y'all, everybody who's been hitting the like button, all that kind of good stuff. I see my sister from another Mr. Kiana in the house. Guess what I got in my mailbox today, ladies and gentlemen? I got the book from Tracy Martin. This is our book that we'll be giving away at the end of the month on the 31st of May. So all you have to do, if the mods could just please make sure we drop the link to that video. There's a particular video I would love for you to go. Make sure you watch the video, like the video, and comment in the chat. Just TM is fine. You can put Tracy Martin or TM either way. And we're going to be pulling 3 names at the end of the month. If that video particularly hits 10,000, she'll add 2 more books. So we have 5 overall. But so far, I mean, the little bit that I've scanned through, it looks like a great read. I always like to look and see, like, if it's long, if the words are super small or whatever like that. I can read it without my glasses. So, it's already a winner in my book. What's going on, Amethyst? How are you, love? Good to see you. How do you, Colleen? Hi from the chat. Yes, that was the channel is called Rhythm in the Bible. And thank you so much, Amethyst, for dropping the link to that. I appreciate it. All right, what we got here? Good evening, Jason, and all from Florence, Kentucky. Just got home from voting. Shout out. Hey, are y'all do you all do early voting? Because we do early voting here in Georgia. And I got to admit, as much smack as I talk, I took myself up there about a week and a half. Yeah, it was about a week and a half ago. And I voted. I'm sorry. I just can't do it on day of. Now, if they got rid of early voting, I would just make the adjustment. But when it's available and I don't have to worry about it, I can just go, like, bang, be done. I'm voting, man. I'm voting early. I know I've heard the horror stories and people talking about this, that, and the other, but I don't know, man. Let me get these. Let me drop these memberships. Penalizing myself. All right, 5 people will get some memberships real quick because I keep putting myself on mute. That's gonna be my penalty. I'm gonna have to drop memberships every time I gotta stop doing that, man. All right, here comes 5 memberships coming live and direct to you. Bada boom, bada bing. Ooh, man, y'all do not want to watch Hunter Biden on this week. Oh my gosh. Oh, y'all don't want to watch it. Okay. Hey, let me tell you. I told y'all the right answer can be no. The right answer can be no. Absolutely. Oh, y'all said y'all want nothing to do with it. Okay. I'm gonna leave it up there though. Shout out to my brother from another. There he is. What's going on? President Not Perfect in the house. How are you? All right. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Kelly said, oh, please no. Well, it looks like everybody's feeling you. They are in compliance with you. What do you have here? Good to see you, Bernadine. I don't want to butcher your name. Uh, oh wow. Okay. Okay. Hey, I don't want to watch it. Hey, let me tell you something. I'm perfectly fine with that. We can do some body cam bingo. I have a very interesting legal case that I want y'all to look at. Shout out. There he is. The plug is in the building. It's Marshall, y'all, ladies and gentlemen. Marshall is the plug, and he is in the house. Shout out to him. What we got here? I did my duty in not voting for Thomas Massey. There you go. That's your duty. I don't understand this whole situation. Jesline, you said, what about Victor Massey? I'm sorry, Victor Marx, live on Candace right now. So surprised he's on with her. I don't fully understand it either. That's why I was literally talking with some other with the members beforehand. I don't know what's going on with that. So what we'll do is this. I'll wait until it's over with. I'll check it out, scan it. If it's worth it, I'll do it tomorrow. And we'll talk about it tomorrow. But I got a bad feeling about it. I don't think it's gonna be worth it, in my opinion. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Welcome to all the new members. Shout out to y'all. All right, let's do this. All right, I'm just looking through real quick, scanning through. Y'all got some funny things to say about this. You watch the crackhead. Oh, that would be funny. That would be kind of funny. I like that. Okay. So we're not going to talk about Candace right off the bat, though. This is something interesting. So I did a video yesterday about Carmelo Anthony case and kind of laying the lay of the land. It was actually this morning. I apologize. It was just giving you like a lay of the land, what to expect with the Carmelo Anthony case. And one of the things that a lot of us, myself included, are a little bit miffed about is the fact that it won't be live streamed. It won't be made available. And so I heard both sides of the argument. You know, there's a lot of minors that are going to be witnesses in this case. You don't even want them even remotely brought on camera, which I agree with. I don't want witnesses, jurors, or anything of that nature brought on camera. I don't want that. However, when things go wrong, or if the person that's giving us the information, you know, that's watching it, taking notes, and then coming out reporting, if they have a bias or they have an opinion that they themselves are kind of a lens that they're looking through, it might skew what we actually hear. So there's a case that happened in New York, and you may have heard it. It's called the DoorDash girl, the young lady who's a DoorDash driver who was supposed to leave food at the door, but actually went inside the house and took a video of a man who was inappropriately dressed and passed out on his couch. Well, that case is gone. Nuclear virals all through the multiverse and whatnot, and the girl got the book thrown at her. Well, there was an argument about whether or not that case should have been recorded or live streamed and whatnot. And you know, they got me really conflicted because I fully understand both sides of it now. And I really understand, like, yeah, they probably shouldn't have live streamed that. Yeah, they probably should have live streamed it. It's kind of conflicted. So it's a very short video. Shout out to this content creator. Her name is Legal Bites. She has an excellent channel. Let me make this available to y'all. I will put it in the description. I promise. I'm going to do a good job of that. I should have put it in there before when I was getting everything lined up today. But her channel is called Legal Bites, and she just kind of explains this. And she kind of went in with the whole whether or not or should a case be made a live stream. Should it be recorded? Should it be filmed for everybody to see and watch? I don't know. I feel like I agree with her. And again, it's kind of a conflicted because you'll probably still be in the same spot that you started in before we watched the video. But I just thought it was really interesting. I thought it would be beneficial for us as we're getting ready to talk about the Carmelo Anthony case in a couple of weeks. So let's bring this in. Shout out to Legal Bites and Green Hearts in the chat when you can hear.
awfully recording a half-naked man sleeping on his couch in his own home. Known on the internet as DoorDash Girl, she was a DoorDash driver who recorded one of her deliveries where her customer was in this state, and then immediately uploaded it to TikTok, claiming she was the victim.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. Why are my videos getting taken down and why am I getting strikes? Like, I'm about to lose my account. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to any fucking
However,
body?
things didn't turn out too well for her, and now she's been facing felonies for recording and sharing this footage to the internet. But whereas social media was the first place she went for support to proclaim her victimhood, now she's saying social media, and the national media at that, are lying about her case. And to be clear, when I see the DoorDash girl saying that we're all lying about her case, I mean that her lawyer, who made a statement to the press as her agent on her behalf at the most recent hearing, has more or less said just about that.
In court, her public defender said local reporting was accurate, but national outlets and social media users have shared wrong information and fabricated images of his client.
This is still a legal case, and there are still people who actually know the facts that are handling the case, not the people on social media who've had to deal with the bombard of AI and things like that.
And from what it sounds like, this is actually what got cameras banned from this latest hearing by the judge. So in this video, we're going to take an honest look at what DoorDash Girl's attorney is saying here. Are we all lying about this case, or maybe to use some softer language, spreading misinformation? And is this case not as black and white as maybe it appears to all of us grifters? Let's get into it. First, let's do a super quick recap for anyone who either is new to this case or just needs a quick refresher. This is Olivia Henderson. She's a 23-year-old from Oswego, New York. Back on October 12, 2025, she was working as a DoorDash driver when she delivered an order to a man's apartment. Now, opinions are mixed as to whether the door was open before she got there, but when she recorded, the customer was lying on a couch in a hoodie, but with his pants and underwear around his ankles, and he appeared to be completely passed out. Now, instead of just walking away, she pulled out her phone and recorded him. And then she uploaded the footage to TikTok, where it was viewed nearly 30 million times.
That's fucked up.
And in her TikTok narration or description, she suggested that the man had to expose himself on purpose. But it wasn't until after this went viral on TikTok, following prompting by commenters, that she went to the police, framing this as sexual assault.
I didn't report this to the police last night because I wasn't sure of DoorDash's process for like SA, or if this was even reportable to the police in New York State because he was in his home. But after so many people told me to report it to the police, I did. And I called the non-emergency line, and they sent a police officer over to speak to me in person and watch the video that I have. And then he asked me to email it to him, and he asked me if I want to press charges, like what do I want to come from this?
But the thing is, police did their investigation and concluded that the man was incapacitated and unconscious on his couch due to alcohol consumption. They also concluded that no sexual assault occurred, in part because, well, she admitted to them that the guy had never touched her. Now, in the midst of all of this, DoorDash also deactivated.
Can you imagine? You are, you are so inebriated that you have no idea what happened. He allegedly, the man ordered food and was unaware that he ordered food. He, passed out and he was ill dressed, all that kind of stuff. And the police are asking you these questions about this, and you have no idea what was going on. That's crazy work, man. I hate this for this guy. But the woman nobody required her to do that, though. That's the part. Nobody required it. But let's keep it going. Let's dance.
The customer's account and Henderson's. And in a public statement, DoorDash called Henderson's videos published to TikTok a quote-unquote clear violation of their policies, since it was of a customer in their home and disclosing their personal details publicly. At the same time, TikTok pulled her video down multiple times after she uploaded it multiple times.
Guys, my account is currently at risk of being banned because I had to explain my story one time, right? They took the video down and gave my account a strike. So I explained my story again and censored the video that I have just so they can't take it down for the same reason. They took it down for the same reason again, and now my account has a second strike. Guess what? If I get one more strike, I'm banned from TikTok.
And boy, did she have words about the monetization impact of this.
And they took down my video. They were going to have to pay me for my second story time because that was over a minute long. They were going to have to pay me for all those views I got. So nope, they took that right down. They took that right down. Absolutely not. They're not paying me for that. Nope.
Anyway, then in early November 2025, local police arrested Henderson. And with that, she was hit with 2 felony charges: second-degree unlawful surveillance and first-degree dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image. And so after she made her first court appearance in Oswego City Court back in December, her case was put in front of a grand jury, which returned an indictment. And so her case was kicked up to Oswego County Court in front of Judge Armin Nazarian. And this brings us to her latest hearing, which was her first hearing in Oswego County Court after her indictment. On May 1st, 2026, Henderson was back in court for her arraignment after her indictment, and most of this was pretty average stuff. Through her attorney, she pled not guilty, just like she did in the city court arraignment before. But here was an interesting thing that happened. You see, according to reports, Judge Nazarian told both sides that he had received requests from News Channel 9 and CNY Central to record video in the courtroom. Both of these are local news outlets, by the way, and he wanted to know if there was any objection from the parties. Reportedly, the prosecution took no position, but Henderson's lawyer, Senior Assistant Public Defender David Smallwood, objected. You see, he said that at her first appearance back in December, City Court Judge Timothy Kirwan had allowed cameras in. And Smallwood claimed that national outlets had published inaccurate reports of the proceeding and attributed statements to Kirwan that Kirwan never actually made. And after the hearing, when he spoke to
and I really want y'all to pay attention to this part. This is the part where I don't know. I kind of understand what they mean. Most of us have heard, if you've been paying attention to this story, I've been paying attention to the story since it happened. There's a quote attributed to the judge that actually never happened. It never happened. There's a quote from the judge, allegedly from the judge, that never happened. But we all know it. When you hear it, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I heard about that. But it never happened. And why? Because somebody was recording it and somehow or another it got lost in translation. But because it was recorded, we know that it didn't happen. So that's why I said I'm kind of conflicted. Like somebody translated what the judge said into this snarky comment that you're about to hear in a few seconds. But the only reason we know that it didn't happen is because it was recorded. So I'm kind of conflicted. And I think you'll see in a second.
The media, he said he was specifically talking about these statements that got so widely talked about.
For whatever reason, a lot of the national media and the social media was reporting that the judge at the first appearance said something like kind of snarky to us.
And so Judge Nazarian denied the media's request to record the proceeding. Now, okay, honestly, this is incredibly frustrating to me as a content creator that is covering this case. And here's why. I've covered plenty of cases, both where cameras are in the courtroom and where cameras have been banned. And every single time when there are cameras, especially when the entire hearing is broadcast, the public information is just better. People can not only see and hear what is actually being said, but they can also detect what body language is being used, whether there are any dramatic pauses, for example, or any changes in tone of speech. And most importantly, they can decide for themselves what in that proceeding is actually important and what's more of a nothing burger. And the thing is, when people find a conflict between what they saw for themselves in a hearing or in a trial, and then what the media reports about the same proceeding, they can call out the media on it, and that is what should be the standard. But on the other hand, when there is no broadcast, we can't see for ourselves what exactly is happening. Instead, we're all forced to rely on someone else's impressions, notes, and diligence. And honestly, all of that can be hit or miss. I'll give you a perfect example: the trial of actor Jonathan Majors in December 2023. In this trial, he was accused of assaulting his ex-girlfriend during an argument that turned physical in Manhattan one night. And at the end of the trial, the jury came back with a mixed verdict, but ultimately with a conclusion that yes, he did at least to some degree assault her. Now, the time I was doing daily recaps of that case, and because the New York court did not allow cameras to broadcast the actual trial proceedings, I had to rely on reporters who were live tweeting from the courtroom every day. And just about every single day, I found that the reporting was incomplete and very often out of context. For example, one of the most frustrating parts was when someone would be live tweeting covering the direct examination of a witness, and then all of a sudden there was nothing after that because apparently they had dipped out before the cross-examination. And that, in my opinion, is the most important part of any witness's testimony, because that's where it's actually getting tested to see if it holds up. So personally, the way that I see it, when the media gets stuff like this wrong, the remedy isn't fewer cameras, it's actually more. So we should broadcast the entire hearing, let the public see it for themselves, unedited. That way, the public can sharpen the reporting by calling out the errors. And believe me, I know that people will call them out because you guys let me know every single time that I make an error in any of these videos, as you should. Now, let's talk specifically about this complaint that Henderson's lawyer made about the alleged snarky judge comment. So I will say I did talk about that in one of my previous videos on this case. Specifically, here's what I said. 2025, she made her first appearance at her arraignment. Cameras from the local news were there in the courtroom since the public has taken such an interest in this case given all of the social media outcry. Now, I didn't mention this in my last video on it, and I probably should have, but apparently at that hearing, DoorDash Girl's attorney made some kind of a complaint about the cameras in the courtroom, and the judge basically turned into Alanis Morissette and was like,
and isn't it ironic?
more along the lines of like, oh, so now you care about cameras in the courtroom. Cool. Well, guess what? IDGAF. Now, I remember thinking at the time that I was being, fairly careful talking about this, but in hindsight, I probably should have been more careful about how I framed it. And that's because my typical baseline for these videos is an almost obsession over making sure that every factual statement that I make that isn't some kind of personal opinion is supported with some kind of information source that I can throw on screen and that viewers can see for themselves. If it's from news reporting, I show the article on screen where I read that. If it's from a clip, I like to show it rather than tell it. And if there's something that I have in a script and I realize that I can't find some kind of reliable source to show where I got that, I either soften the statement to something that does have complete support, or I just leave it out entirely. And there are multiple reasons for this. One is just because it just naturally builds viewer trust. It's because you, the viewer, can see for yourself where this information comes from. And if you're interested in looking into it yourself, I try to give as much information as possible so that you can go and find it also. And another reason for that is because, well, I cover a lot of defamation cases. And so it's never far from my mind that some subject I've talked about could see one of my videos and get really angry with me over something I said and consider pursuing their own defamation case against me. I've been reached out to before by people that I've covered in these videos, either to thank me or to essentially tell me you suck. And so I know that these videos do occasionally reach these people. But getting back to the snarky judge comment situation, I remember actually looking for video footage of the judge saying that since the cameras were in fact in the courtroom for the hearing. And the problem is that research came up empty. And so I remember thinking that this was really perplexing, but because I had thought that I had heard it from national media and because I definitely heard other people talking about it on social media, I had this impression that maybe this came from someone who had been at the hearing in person. But for my standards, that's really not good enough. When I talked about it in that video, I should have called it a rumored exchange that I was not able to verify. So that's a correction that I'm making here. And going forward, that's the standard. Anyway, aside from the snarky judge comment, Henderson's lawyer also told local media about some other complaints he had about social media's coverage of this case. For one thing, he suggests that this case actually isn't that big of a deal.
I think it probably has more traction outside of the community than locally, because for whatever reason, this is just one of those things that's caught a wave.
I mean, hey, he's representing his client to the press, and so lawyers are going to lawyer. I completely respect him saying that. But on the other hand, he also says that there's some wild disinformation about the evidence in this case being spread online.
This is still a legal case, and there are still people who actually know the facts that are handling the case, not the people on social media who've had to deal with the bombard of AI and things like that.
To be completely honest, I can't really say that I know what he's really talking about here, but maybe one of you watching do. I mean, I've seen parody clips, but every single one was obviously parody. I have not seen anyone passing AI footage off as real. And just so we're clear, every clip in my coverage came from a news outlet directly, the court record, or from Henderson's own TikTok page. The only exception to this is the original footage that she posted of the alleged victim to TikTok because hers had already been taken down from her account before I ever had a chance to collect it. But with that one, I watched a lot of copies of that clip to try to ensure that what I have is accurate. And so when you see a still frame from one of her videos here, that's a screenshot that I or my editor took directly from one of those clips. We may have censored parts of it to avoid sharing sensitive details, for example, but otherwise it's unchanged. And as a total aside, if you need help with a real legal issue in your life, contact us at the Bites Law Group at bites.law. We're partnered with firms all across the United States, so if you follow the link in the description below, you can see if we can find you quality legal representation in your jurisdiction. Anyway, as I was saying, So both of Henderson's attorney's points are worth listening to. We don't want misinformation about any of these cases to be spread online if we can help it. That really doesn't help anyone. But even if he's right about both of these specific points, neither one makes this case go away. You see, a massive portion of the most crucial evidence here is splattered all over the internet, and Henderson was the one to put it all out there. I mean, there's the original footage that she posted multiple times, of course, but then there's these statements that she made afterwards that just arguably dig her into deeper trouble.
Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished. He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired? Why are my videos getting taken down? And why am I getting strikes? Like, I'm about to lose my account. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to any fucking body?
And the evidence outside of social media is honestly not great for her either. I mean, we can just start by looking at the alleged victim's statement to the police. He reportedly told them he had been drunk, didn't remember ordering food, and fell asleep with his pants off but a shirt on. Then he says he woke up to a DoorDash notification and opened the app where he saw a photo of his food on the ground. And in the background of that photo, he was pictured naked and asleep on the couch. A week later, he says he opened TikTok and scrolled straight into a video of himself naked. It was posted by Henderson and had 28.8 million views. Imagine that. He said this made him feel unsafe, humiliated, and upset. And understandably so. And he noted that Henderson had posted his first name and his house number on top of that. Now compare that to Henderson's statement to the police. She apparently told them that DoorDash requires drivers to take a photo of where they place the food, but that she typically takes a video instead to capture exactly where she places the food in relation to the door. Okay, that's fine and all. But there are also plenty of ways that you can take a photo or video of the food package placement that doesn't also capture the customer sleeping in the other room. I mean, having seen the entirety of this footage, I personally think that there is plenty that she could have cut out and retained context for where she placed that package. And as for why she posted it to TikTok, she apparently told the police that she did it so that other female delivery drivers wouldn't endure a similar experience because she said the man's behavior made her feel unsafe. I'm sorry, but no. I'm a woman who did drive for Uber for a while in a past life. And while I've said before that I agree that these kind of gig jobs can result in uncomfortable experiences from time to time, especially for women, if I were still driving for Uber and I saw a video like this but posted by some female Uber driver, that wouldn't make me any less likely to go through some weird experience, and it wouldn't make me feel like I were any less likely to go through one. All this would do is give me the impression that she's just angry about seeing what she saw and wants to name and shame this guy for clicks. Anyway, so what happens from here? At this latest hearing, the prosecutor apparently also told the court that there are ongoing discussions about whether a pretrial resolution might be possible. In other words, it sounds like there is some kind of discussion about a potential plea deal. Meanwhile, the case is reportedly moving forward on the litigation track as well.
Next, prosecutors have to ensure they've shared all the evidence and discovery materials with the defense attorney. That's due by the next court date, which is scheduled for early June.
So as is par for the course, discovery is the next milestone here. And that means that we might soon see whether they are closer to a deal or closer to trial. Now, in past videos, we've talked a lot about why the prosecutor might want to push this all the way to trial. First and foremost, to potentially set a public example out of Henderson. But there are often good reasons why the prosecutor might prefer a plea deal instead, and we haven't really talked about that much yet. And here in this case, a top reason to secure a plea deal could be to protect the alleged victim. I mean, think about it. This man has already been humiliated on the internet in his sleep, and he's been essentially doxxed with his first name and house number posted to millions of people. But as of right now, at least as far as I've seen anyway, his face and full name have not been splashed anywhere. And that means he still has a tiny shred of privacy left after this whole ordeal. But if this case goes to trial, he almost certainly will be testifying as a witness. And because of that, and with trials being public record and there being so much public interest in this case, there's a good chance that we end up learning a whole lot more about him. I mean, stuff that they might go into on cross-examination, for example, could be his, I don't know, typical alcohol consumption habits or any weird behaviors that he might have around drinking or ordering food or just being in his own home. And the thing is, he may not be interested in having any more exposure to the public after his naked nuts have already gone viral already. And so a plea deal could spare him all of that. So the way I see all of this, there's definitely a possibility that there is some misinformation floating around about a detail or two in this case. That undoubtedly happens when any case catches the public interest, especially when there's some kind of a gap of information to the public. But even if Henderson's lawyer is right about what he says, I really do think that they're small potatoes in comparison to the bigger pieces of evidence that are pretty clear here and point to her likely guilt. Now, with all of that said, like I said, this could end up with a plea deal. And as much as I know that that would offend many, many people's sense of justice, keep in mind, it could also be what the alleged victim prefers in this case. But those are my thoughts. What do you think? Do you think that there's rampant misinformation about this case on the internet? What do you think about a potential plea deal? Do you think it's likely to end with that, or are we going to go all the way to trial? Let us know your thoughts in the comments down below. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this or at least found it interesting or informative. And if you did, I would love it if you could hit the like button. It does help us with the YouTube algorithm gods. And if you need help with a real legal issue in your life, contact us in the Bites Law Group. Our website is linked in the description below.
Now, something that can make a big difference in these.
Okay, so shout out to Bites Law. I just thought that was super interesting. I thought she had a good perspective on the DoorDash case, and I wanted to bring that up simply because as we're looking at the Carmelo Anthony, we'll be looking at the Tyler Robinson case. The having it filmed, having it streamed, having access to it so we can all watch it simultaneously is a big deal. And of course, there's some good things about it, like we'll all be able to see it at the same time, so we don't have to worry about somebody telling us what they saw. But then there's also bad things, like you don't want minors doxxed, like in the Carmelo Anthony case or anything like that. You don't want to dox jurors or show jurors on the screen, that kind of stuff like that. I can totally get it. But I just thought that was very interesting. I thought she has a great approach to it. So that's why I wanted to bring that in. I will thank you so much to the moderators for leaving a link to it. I'll also make sure it's down in the description of this video as well. Wait, what happened? She said we will win and the party will be at the store. Oh, what do we? Oh, here we go. What do we got? Will you be attending Tiffany Henyard's after party? I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see it. Let me tell you something. Okay, because I wasn't going to talk about that just yet, but I will tell you this. And again, I'll pull it in real quick. Yep. Okay, perfect. This is perfect. It literally just shows you exactly what I was talking about. Right from where it goes. I'm just going to pull this in and show you. Tiffany Henyard has absolutely no chance in winning here in Georgia. And hear me, I'm not a pro-Democrat person, okay? Y'all know that. But I just want to show you this real quick. And I'm just opening up Facebook. Most older people, no shame to older folk. I'm in the older folk crowd as well. Let me pull it in like this. Most older people go to Facebook for their information or news for the most part. And right at the top, right at the very top, all four contenders for the Democrat nomination are listed at the top of this up here. We got Helen Willis, we got Felicity Swindell, we got WGN-TV, Jazz Thomas, and Sojourner Marable. All of them are already right here at the top. And I'm just going to scan across the top, and y'all tell me if y'all see Tiffany Henyard. And I'll explain why that matters. No, you don't see Tiffany Henyard. So you got my point. And the fact that Tiffany Henyard is not out here going bananas with free publicity right now tells you that she has no intention of winning. No intention of winning. Everybody talks about Tiffany Henyard. If she just went out there and stood at the gas station and waved a flag, it would be on the news, right? If she was at the car wash giving out towels, it would be on the news. She missed all of this good opportunity to allegedly push her campaign, because once whoever picks out here, I got a feeling who I think is going to win here, but we're going to watch the update. Let me double check the updates real quick. Yeah, they haven't started the updates yet, but it's 6 o'clock. They might start announcing it, or at least, no, they haven't started doing it yet. Okay. But as soon as they do, we'll jump over. But I got a feeling who I think is going to win, but that's neither here nor there. Once that person, whoever it is, because it's one of these 4 women up here, once one of those women wins, so let's just say, for laughs and giggles, that it's Felicity Swindell. She already has a machine running. She's got Clark Atlanta students out there campaigning for her, being all young and energetic and all that kind of stuff like that. What if it's Helen Willis? She got all of these established Georgia politicians, good or bad, that are supporting her, right? So, and Sojourner Marable, I can't stop finding her out in the public. She out there shaking hands, kissing babies all the time. So they already got a machine that's moving, right? They don't have to get it going. It's already moving and at a nice little clip. So whoever wins from here, I don't know much about Jazz right here, this woman right here, but same thing applies. I'm sure she probably has a nice machine going, because all of them seem to be doing very similar things. So I see all 3 of them. I see the first 3 doing a lot of things that's similar. So I'm assuming that Jazz probably does the same. That being the case, however, I don't see Tiffany Henry doing anything. I just don't see her. So she can talk smack until the cows come home, but she hasn't done anything that looks like, smells like, rhymes with campaigning, trying to win, or anything of that nature. Because keep in mind, she's running as a Republican in a district that she's not familiar with. She's a carpetbagger. She just got here. So she's got to introduce herself, plus got to convince these people who are predominantly of the highly melanated community to vote for her. That's a hill. That's like climbing Mount Everest. Because you get these black people to vote Democrat. Who predominantly vote Democrat. You're going to get these black people to vote Republican for somebody that they don't even know yet. And then when they do the research and find out who you are, your name is mud. Tiffany Henry ain't going to win. Tiffany Henry ain't going to win. Wait, she did live last night? Oh, my word. I didn't see it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I even follow her, and her stuff doesn't even populate. Gee, let me look it up real quick. So all I'm trying to say is, from the little bit that I can ascertain, I don't think she has any real intention of winning. She wants to be out here, and she wants to be a name. She wants people to talk about her, blah, blah, blah. But, was this, okay, today, where's another? Is this, I'm sorry. She, I see that she voted, she was on W. Okay. Ooh, 35 minutes. I can't do 35 minutes of her. I see it right here. Yeah, I see it. I found her live stream from last night. I don't have 35. I just don't have 35 minutes of Tiffany Henry in my tank. I would rather watch like Fonnie Willis. I really would rather watch Karen Bass for 35 minutes. I'm sorry. At the current moment, thank you so much for asking. I have the ballot up. They have not started updating the ballot as of yet, because here in Georgia, polls don't close for another 47 minutes. So they're just kind of whatever. What I'm trying to say, it hasn't started updating yet. So once the polls start closing, that's when they'll start updating it. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Can I speed up? I'd have to download it. Let me see. Can I speed up oh my gosh. Oh, I can speed it up. I didn't even notice that. See, I'm old on YouTube. On Facebook too. All right. In the chat real quick. If you hit the green heart and you hit the like button, I'll pull it. That Umar skit was so funny. Yo, Saturday Night Live mocked Umar Johnson this past Saturday, and it was brutal. The problem is Saturday Night Live likes to give copyright strikes, because I was going to pull that up. I had that ready, but I'm like, yeah, Saturday Night Live, they are a mess. They will give you a copyright striking, like you'll lose your whole video. It was a skit that they did. It was hilarious. Dog, I wish I could play it. I wish I could. And I know I see some people playing. I'm like, okay, when they come back and get you, because they like to do that. They did an Umar. They mocked him. They didn't do a skit of him. I don't think, at least. They did it on their little news outlet. Was it weekly news, the little news skit part? Oh my goodness, the guy, he roasted him pretty bad. Hit the like button. Here, I'll pull this in. We'll watch. Y'all bad. You know, Tiffany bad on my nerves, y'all. Here, let me make sure I got the audio right. Hold on. All right, I'll pull this in. Let's go. Oh, but you ain't gonna win. Oh, shut up. Here, let me speed this up. We didn't miss you. That's a person that wants you to run for mayor. Oh, you can't hear it? Oh my gosh. Don't make me redo this. Wait, you said you can't hear it? Oh my gosh. You can't hear it? Oh my gosh. Oh man, don't make me redo it. Oh, see, that's what I'm telling you, man. I knew it. I knew it, man. All right, let's pull it back in. I have no idea why I was doing it. So y'all, oh my word. I'm sitting there listening to it. I'm going through trauma. Why y'all letting me go through trauma? I feel like this is some Cheyenne Bryant type of stuff over here. Okay, some reason or other. Okay, green hearts in the chat when y'all can hear. All right, green hearts. Let me know. Ah,
come on in.
Can y'all hear?
It's about to go. Damn. Damn. Come on in. How y'all been? I miss y'all. I sure do.
We didn't miss you.
I'm getting ready for my big hoorah. I keep telling y'all, stick with the underdog. Stick with the underdog all the time. Stick with the underdog. Hey.
This is somebody who wants to be taken seriously, though. This person wants you to take them seriously. I'll pump up the volume. I don't think I can make it louder. I got it turned up. I got it turned all the way up, man. I promise you, President Not Perfect, you're not missing nothing, brother. You're not missing nothing. I promise you. All right, let me see. I'll try to see if I'm making it any louder.
Stick with the underdog because we're going to always keep on moving. Just keep up with me. But stay tuned. I got some good news because I'm getting ready. Tomorrow's my big day here in Fulton County. I will be your commissioner. Hey, Nicole. Hi. So I am just getting prepared, getting ready. We're getting ready for this W. You know what I'm talking about? This win. So I'm at the store preparing. So this is where we will have my watch party at my clothing store here. It's called The New Wave. It is located at 54950 Old National in College Park. Yes, College Park, aka Atlanta. You know, they got like every zip code, every city that goes to the zip code that we're in. It's crazy, but whatever. So yeah, if you want to come show up, we'll be here about 8 o'clock. Well, you know, I'm open tomorrow, just so you know, but we will be here about 8 o'clock after the polls close at 7 p.m. So you want to stay tuned, pay attention, and keep up. Please keep up. Yes. So For those that don't know, tomorrow's election day. Election day for the state of Georgia. So if you have not voted, please get out and vote tomorrow between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Make sure whatever you do, you show up and show out and vote for whoever you think is the best candidate. Remember, I am running for commissioner in Fulton County, District 5. Remember, I am District 5. So if you don't see my name on your ballot, that means that I am not your commissioner, because there's 6 different commissioners, just so you understand how it works. So you might live in District 1 or District 6, but I am District 5, guys. And yes, I am on the ballot as a Republican. I'm no longer a Democrat, guys. I am a Republican. So you have to pull a Republican ballot. Republican ballot. So make sure you pull it for the first time ever. Vote different. Make change happen. Because what you've been getting all this time, look, it's all the same. Ain't nothing changed. So make sure you pull up and try something different. You got nothing to lose, I guarantee it, because right now you're not getting nothing, right? So why not go and give me the opportunity to show you what I can do in your community? Because everybody know this about me. They can talk all they want, but at the end of the day, they know I'm going to show up and show out for you. They know I'm going to put in the work. They know I'm going to be committed to the cause. And they know I'm going to make sure the people feed the people, right? That part. See, my baby sleep because she'll be up here singing and dancing with me right about now. So tomorrow, guys, again, is election day here in Fulton County, District 5, commissioner seat that I'm running for. Make sure you vote for me. Go on and help your girl make history once again. That part. Make history again. Let people know that don't know, if you got somebody that live here in Fulton County, make sure they go and vote tomorrow, because it's very important. As y'all know, so much going on around here, but no one talks about it, or when y'all find out about it, it's too late. And I just need you guys to stay on notice as it relates to elections and learn the people. A lot of times people don't like check nothing out. Y'all need to check it out before you go vote, because when you go vote, then that's it. You can't change it. I gotta play the song for y'all real quick. I'm trying to find it.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. Then I'm gonna show you the stuff, because when I win, you know what I'm talking about? When I win, yeah, I'm saying it. When I win tomorrow, I'm gonna throw the biggest blowout sale in my store. And it's gonna be buy one, get one 50% off. So I'm gonna walk through, show you what I got. And those that's on here, I'm gonna do something on TikTok for y'all so y'all can buy while I'm on live, because you know I'm really good with TikTok. I'm learning TikTok, but I really do Facebook. So that's why I came on this platform to talk to you, because it's the one that I know the most. But let me put this on here. Come on, phone.
Lord mercy,
I don't want to work when you need it, right?
It's gonna
Okay,
sound copyrighted.
One second. And I'm gonna play this song for y'all, because y'all know I love me some music. And no, I don't own the rights to this music.
I knew it.
So when I play it, y'all don't be trying to get me. I actually playing the song. Yeah, playing the song. It's for y'all. It's to motivate y'all. Cause see, y'all still up like I'm up. We don't sleep. That's what we do. Entrepreneurs, hustlers. All we do. Every day I'm hustling. That part.
I might have sped it up a little bit, but I don't think I did speed it up, but I don't think that's the problem. Here, I'm gonna slow it down. I don't think that's the problem though. It's only a 1 1/4. I'll slow it down to 1 normal speed. I don't think I don't think that's the problem at hand, ladies.
Where Jess is at when I need her, baby? Where you at, baby?
I don't think that's the problem. I'm ready to mute it. I'm ready. Lord have mercy. But okay, as I said before, she is doing this rather than putting content out on Facebook for her people to see that she's involved in the community. Because every one of the ladies that I showed you before, they all got a team that's working with them, whether it be college students, elected officials, people in the community, folk from church, whatever. I never see them rolling by themselves. I always see them with somebody. Move as a team. I never move alone. What is she doing? Okay, let's go. And this thing is 34 minutes long, y'all.
Of course not. Of course it's not.
Just stop, Tiffany. We don't want to see it. We don't care.
Y'all need something different.
No, we don't care.
Now y'all know this. I know y'all know this one, so I'm playing for y'all. I got to take it back in the crates real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna just cut that because I don't know if she's. Yeah, they're gonna have me in trouble for that. So yeah, I'm gonna lower it.
And I'm gonna show y'all what we got going on real quick. So
all right, so
again, when I win tomorrow,
who cares?
pull up.
It's funny she's talking about she winning. You only running by yourself. That's not a win. That's called default. That's called you voted for yourself. That's what that's called.
Get one half off. Let me turn it around. There you go.
All right. So anyway, this is her store. like I said, man, it's like a Temu City Trends. It's not somewhere. Again, it just screams hood activity. And this is somebody that wants to be an elected official in Fulton County. That's right. I want people in Fulton County to see this, Tiffany. I really want them to see this. Yeah, this is what they need to see. Because this is the person that wants to represent them in Fulton County. We should, right, I should add that Rick James clip in here. That would go very well right here. Just like on repeat. So yeah, this is her little store. You know, it's like a knockoff City Trends. I don't fully understand what the appeal is with skateboards, but they got that skateboard thing going on, like serious, I guess. I guess one of them is a skater. I don't know. This is just some crazy work over here. We got a little bit of, got a running model right there. Okay, I got you. Got the Lululemon mannequin. Okay, got you. It is a big store, I will say that. And it's got a lot of product in it. They got product that's like stacked up on top of stacks. Like that's a lot of product. I wonder how they got that all. Because that's a lot. Like look at all those shoes. Those are a lot of Puma boxes. There's a lot of shoes. And you just know she's saying something retarded. You just know it. Hold on. Oh, you know she.
But come on and get it Wednesday.
All right, because she talking. But yeah, this is I don't fully understand why the professionalism has never bubbled up to the top. Like, where's the professionalism? I want to be your elected official. And you know, if you've been keeping track of the whole situation with quote unquote Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, a lot of this is reminding you of that. Somebody who wants to be perceived as a businesswoman, wants to be perceived as some level of obtaining notoriety, but really that nothing has changed about them. They haven't really come up to this place. Like that's a lot of shoes. That's a lot of shoes. Good gracious, man. Where did y'all get all that from? I see what you said there. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but I'm not gonna be mad. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm saying like that. Like that's just a lot. But yeah, like when you look at like Cheyenne Bryant, and then you're like, this woman wants me to believe that she's a doctor. When you look at Tiffany Henry, you say this woman wants me to believe that she's an elected official, that she's elected official quality, and your behavior is one of very juvenile, very immature behavior. Like I don't see how you expect that to happen. Now, I'm not saying every elected official got his or her P's and Q's on lock. I'm not saying everybody's on game. However, this one stands out pretty glaring, especially when you compare her to the women that she's running against in the Democrat Party in this Fulton County race. Every last one of them that I've talked to seems to be extremely mature and dare I say, like they seem like they're women that know how to do the job professionally. This right here, I don't know what this is. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if she's done playing music. Okay.
Just want to show y'all some pieces real quick.
Oh yeah, that's what I need right there.
Give you a little flavor.
Oh yeah.
Something different.
It's different.
Let me just show you like this paper plane over here. So if you're a paper plane fan, this is what you're gonna come to, this section, and it go all the way to 3X, just so you can see. Let me go find it.
And if you're looking
for
dishware, they are the
go-to
spot. How gorgeous!
3X. So just so you know.
Full of so many more pieces.
Okay, so more shoes.
Elevate your space, even if you're just looking to add one or two.
So here, let me go over here.
My go-to.
That is a lot of clothes, man.
Favorite find of mine.
So just let me show you. Got all types of shorts. So it just depends on what you're looking for.
So do y'all notice the contradiction here? She's running for office in Fulton County. Nobody knows her. But instead of like introducing herself to Fulton County residents, what is her policies? What are her ideas? What does she want to resolve? How does she seek to resolve certain key issues in Fulton County? She's giving us a walkthrough through her store and showing us some size 38s and some 3X hoodies. Okay. All right. Because that's the most important thing. Right here. She's not running for office, just showing off her store. Like, this woman cannot be taken seriously. And again, and there gonna be some people that voted for her. I know that. I just hope that it's like less than 100. But again, whoever votes for her, you get what you get. You get what you get. There's no reason behind that. All right, let's go.
I just want to give you an example of what we got going on. Again,
oh man,
look at you are here in Georgia and you are looking for, let's pull this around, show y'all some stuff really quick. So y'all, we got all kinds of stuff. Just depending on what you're looking for. Make sure you pull up here.
Okay.
At the New Wave.
Okay, I got a feeling. Okay, I'm just wondering, have you noticed something about those last two items that she pulled up? Both of them are seasonal, inappropriate jackets, but they're also team inappropriate jackets. Nobody here in Atlanta is going to be rocking a Chicago Cubs jacket. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody down here in Atlanta is going to be wearing a Chicago Bulls jacket. Truth be told, no, I mean, it's not going to happen. I think this stuff is from up north. I don't know. She must have had a store upstairs, up in New York, up in Illinois, because like this stuff is inappropriate. Like nobody wears these. It's not that cold down here like that. You can buy closeout lots from department stores for pennies on the dollar. They must have done that, and that's got to be what it is, because there's just no. It makes no sense that you have that much clothing on an untested, untried market. You don't know if these people want to buy that. It looks like stuff that people would buy down there.
We got that. We got that drip, drip, drip for you.
But what about the office that you're running for?
Walk about to show you. Okay, so.
What is that? Laces?
And anybody that's into, let me show you some other stuff real quick.
Look at all those shoes.
I just want to point this out again.
I keep saying that.
If you are here, let me see. I know I gotta pay my other song real quick. See, my DJ sleep. She sleep over there, so I can't.
That's where all the other money went. Maybe so. I don't know. I don't think, are the Bulls that popular now? I don't think the Bulls are that popular for people. I mean, maybe they are. I've not been keeping up with professional sports for some time, but I just don't see that. I don't see people wearing that down here. But I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. Yeah, those are winter jackets, at least. Definitely fall. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see people buying it. And all this Puma, like, where's the Nike? Like, nobody wears Puma like that. Definitely. Where's my Adidas? What am brand with 3 stripes at? Like, nobody want no Puma? Where are the Adidas at? Like, that's how I know you ain't about nothing. Jordan brings them everywhere, though. Yeah, that's true, but I don't think people think about. I mean, there's a whole generation of people that don't think about Michael Jordan when they think about Chicago Bulls now. I mean, you got to remind them. Like, you do remember Michael Jordan played for the Bulls. Like, they don't remember him. I mean, we got a whole generation now. All right, let me check real quick. Y'all, I know y'all wanted me to. I can't do Tiffany Henry, man. I just can't, man. The woman is just erratic to me. It gives me that she isn't well. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do all this. And she just walking around for 34. Oh my gosh. She walked around for 17 more minutes doing that. No, sir. No, ma'am. And I'm going to just pull this up again just to show you why I say she has no intention of winning this race. And I'll pull this in and show y'all. Yeah, it's still right across the top. Okay. Hold on. Let me make this big real quick. All right. Okay. So right across the top, these women, Helen Willis, Deja Felicity, Sojourner, Marable, and I don't know why there's Jazz right there. Hey, what's up, Britton? There you go, Sherry Britton. They're all doing stuff, man. Like every one of these, if you click on them, they are engaged in the community. Hold on.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, say action. Hey everybody, it is.
Hold on, let me just show you. Like,
Listening to your candidate for Fulton County Police District 5. Today we're here at the Gray Bar over on Eagle Point to give back to the community and pour back into the kids. It's all about just connecting. I always say I'm a candidate who doesn't just campaign in the community, I invest in it. Today we're sponsored by the Hudson Legacy Group, Eric Bell, Zara, and just, overall, thank you to all the sponsors.
I don't get that music. I don't want that music to give me a ding. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you might not like her, but you can't say that they're not engaged in the community. And that's the part I'm like.
Go in the back. Thank you. All right. Have a nice day. You too.
And yeah, everywhere you go. Still here. Go ahead, Jazz. Go, girl.
I had to come home. It's 1,000,000 degrees outside. Fine, y'all. It's not too late.
It has been pretty hot. Oh, we're bench pressing. We bench pressing. Fitness Uncle said we bench pressing. All right, let me get. I think I made my point. I don't see
Fine, y'all.
Tiffany Henyard.
It's not too late.
Usurping or turning this around. These women are out here trying to win this election. Tiffany Henyard is trying to sell you some FUBU or whatever it is. So why is she even doing this? Because she's not taking. I don't know. That's the $10 million question, Brian. Why is she doing it? Because I don't see her being serious. I don't see anything. I'm looking at these young people that are out here. Again, the people I've talked to have all been very serious about winning this election and being serious about it. I don't see Tiffany Henyard being anywhere in the ballpark of being serious. And it just seems like, again, like something to do more than anything else. Let me just pull this back in and I'm going to get out of here. She is engaged with so are the baby deletion clinics. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Tiff has not a chance of winning. People don't even know who Tiffany Henyard is. Who is this? Charity Washington. That's my point. Like, why is she not out introducing? Because again, come tomorrow, one of these 4 women is going to win. And I kind of got a feeling who I think is going to win, but I'm going to wait and then I'll be like, I told you so. But I got a feeling who's going to win. Who it is already has a machine running. They already got the machine going. So it's kind of like if you're at the starting block and I'm 5 feet back and I'm already running to the start line. So when they say go, I'm already full throttle by the time I hit the start line. You are just still cold stop and you're starting from 0. There's no way realistically for her. And it seems like the 4 women that are running have no beef with each other. So if, for example, if one of them wins, I can see the other 3 rallying behind, supporting the one that did win. They're not out here trying to catfight from what I've seen. So therefore, I'm like, then they're gonna institute their own machines behind the one machine that's running. Girl, please, Tiffany Henyard don't stand a chance. I just wish she wasn't even running. What was the thumbs up? Okay, so it's a reaction. You can do reactions on Mac. So if I do 2 thumbs, I think it gives you fireworks. All right, I can do thumbs down. And then what does this one do? It does something else. Rain. There we go. All right, so it's a I don't say feature. I guess it's a feature on Macs. You can do like reactions. If I do this, what does this do? Isn't it like a heart or something? Yeah, there it is. You got to do it right though. Your hands got to be right. What's the other one? There's another one. Anyway, so that's it. All right, let's go talk to our friend. We ain't talked to our friend in a minute, and that's Neeson Black. I ain't talked to Neeson in a hot minute. So we got to bring Neeson back up in here. We got to have him on the show. I got to make that happen. I don't know what we need to do to get Neeson over here. He seemed like a really cool cat. We've talked before. We just have never actually made it happen to get him on the show. I need to change that. I need to bring him on. So anyway, he did a video yesterday or today. I think it was yesterday that I thought was really good. Talking about her, Candace and her friends are playing the race car. And I told y'all a long time ago, Candace was going to start playing the race car. And she didn't let me down. What were the balloons? What were the balloons? I forgot. What were the balloons? You talking about the reactions? I'll figure it out. Don't be. Let me bring Neeson in here because I know y'all like Neeson. I like him as well. Shout out to Neeson for sure. Real quick, green hearts in the chat when y'all can hear my good people. Let's go. Let's go.
Muslim America gets called. I thought you was just white. I have a way to conveniently not be white when it works in their favor.
Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture in America, they only marry white people.
The other issue is that their white heterosexual husbands are supporting them in the rhetoric. This I'm trying to get you guys to understand. These people are so fake. As soon as it became convenient for Candace Owens to start saying, oh, I'm black, and this is the reason why they wouldn't like, hold up, wouldn't you just speaking against that? Watch how fast these guys change up in order to win or to deflect the argument. Watch how the race becomes convenient to whatever argument they're in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Neeson Black Show. You know, it would never cease to amaze me how people, play both sides of the aisles. What I mean by that is when it comes to racism, everybody has had what to say about what was going on in 2020, Black Lives Matter, all this new wokeism and what they've been doing with race. It's specifically on the right, but on the left, this was outrageous and everything was being blamed on heterosexual white males. They're the problem. They're everything. Patrick Bet-David was on Fox News not too long ago, and he brought something to the light that I think everybody should see. I think when you see this, this is going to change the way that you look at these people. I mean, it must change the way that you look at them because you cannot take them serious anymore.
Don't take them seriously.
After seeing what he actually says. And he said the quiet part out loud, and most people never even think about it. I want you to see this. Roll clip 5.
This whole thing, they talk about the white culture and, let me tell you, it's all about the white culture, this, and, we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture in America, they only marry white people. Kamala Harris's spouse, white. Ilhan Omar's spouse, white. AOC spouse, white. Every one of these guys, you keep talking about them. They're trying to go to that. It's not working.
And this is the problem. The problem is that this is the hypocrisy that they put out there. Right. And that's the problem. The other issue is that their white heterosexual husbands are supporting them in the rhetoric. This is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. These people are so fake. They're so disingenuous. Now, that's on the left. When we go to the right, I want you to see how. Now, I noticed this. I noticed as Candace Owens, she went on the Breakfast Club and she made a few different, race baiting comments, basically like, oh, black people, we need to wake up. They did to us. She had completely during the 2020 election cycle distanced herself from the black community in multiple ways, right? She was probably the most, and even back then when I was a fan of Candace, I would love to pull up maybe some of the emails. I will prove to you, I always felt I did not like the way she was speaking to the black community. I'm from the hood, right? So I grew up there. I get just as annoyed as she was and how many other people who come from the hood, right, are also about black culture. However, I didn't think that the way that she went about it, the way that she spoke to the black community was very good. But, as soon as it became convenient for Candace Owens to start saying, oh, well, I'm black, and this is the reason why they wouldn't like, hold up, wouldn't you just speaking against that? Wouldn't you speak against that? I don't even think I have the asset ready. But anyway, I want to get it to Nick Fuentes. So Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker also, I think Hassan Piker is a registered Democrat, and Nick Fuentes is now becoming a Democrat. Now, Nick Fuentes has gone on record talking about how bad all other races are. Not every single one, but he definitely talks about how low black people are, their IQ, and their this and that. And there's no secret that he doesn't like Jews as well. And obviously Indians, he obviously didn't like either. Ramaswamy, him and his wife, whatever the case is, he has, he's pretty much as much of a racist that you could possibly say, or a bigot, or whatever the case is. But anyway, Nick Fuentes, Hassan Piker, who is a Muslim American male. I don't know what his actual background is. I'm going to look into it after this. I have to show you this clip and watch how fast these guys change up in order to win or to deflect the argument. Watch how the race becomes convenient to whatever argument they're in. Bro, slot 2.
I am a tall, white, heterosexual male, which puts me in a no marginalized category.
I'd like the Republican Party to win me back. Should be easy enough, shouldn't it? I'm a white man.
Sometimes you can't be talking like that, white baby. See, this is what I mean. First of all, suck my okay? I'm a Muslim American who gets called.
I thought you was just white. So now you get to hide behind your Muslim American because, I know what it's like to be discriminated against. He was just a white male. This is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand.
The terrorists every day.
You saying you're a white supremacist? I'm not a white supremacist. I'm Mexican.
So what did Nick just say? He was white. We just stopped the video now, and I'm showing you. Nick says, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm Mexican. My last name is Fuentes.
Realize at a certain point that it's because I'm brown.
You're a white.
Because I'm brown. Hassan Piker just said because I'm brown. You guys got
from the boogie down.
Bring that back. All right. He says because I'm brown. Listen to this. This is what I'm telling you. When it's convenient, they will use it.
A white, privileged little piece of and you have taken this road.
No, I'm Mexican.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just can't make the stuff up. And this is part of the reason why I don't debate so much, because people always say, bring somebody on and you can debate. I'm not against it. I was debating somebody on the plane not too long ago, on my way back here to Israel, which I am home. I'm happy to be back home in the studio. I was on the road for a while. But anyway, the problem with debating sometimes, and I see this a lot in religious debating and apologetics and different things like that, which I enjoy. Who doesn't enjoy a good debate, right? However, there's a few different issues. One of the things is we never get to all the material. You never get to all the material inside of it. And sometimes you have to cut certain things off. There's a lot of cliffhangers in debates because you only have a little bit of time to be able to get out all the information. But another things are when you engage in these type of conversations that these individuals were having that were probably, uncomfortable. They were very comfortable to have them in very, aggressive conversations. However, the other issue is that a lot of times you have to be willing to withhold certain information or to be able to maneuver things that you may not agree with all the time in order for you to win the debate, meaning that the target or the destination, the goal of the debate is to win the debate.
Right.
It's not about truth anymore. Right. And so that's why you could catch people like this in hostile moments when they're having a conversation and it's no longer about the truth that they've been talking about or the truth that they have expressed to be their truth. Then immediately race becomes, I'm not white. And this is what's so funny. Everybody finally, they have a way to conveniently not be white when it works in their favor. Or conveniently, I'm black. Kamala Harris. Like Trump was saying, all this time she was Indian the whole entire time, and now all of a sudden she's black. This is what I'm saying. People are disingenuous, and right now we're having a very, very tough time with trust. I actually quoted Omar Al-Khattori, who said that we are in a trust recession. So hard to listen to these people. And these people have diehard audiences, by the way. Millions of people listen to these people. And I can show you here, and within a few seconds, it's the world of information age. It's the world of the internet. You could go right now and see that these people are dishonest people. And they're using it all to their advantage. I'm so sorry. I just can't stand it. Anyway, we're back. Make sure you like, subscribe, hype this, share this with everybody that you know. And again, until next time, make sure you serve God. I live trying. I'll see you in the next clip. You just watched the clip from the Nissan Black show. If you want to see a full
I'll make
episode,
sure the link is down in the description
right
as
here.
well. I'll drop it in here right now. But I will make sure that we make it available to you all in the description of this video. Shout out to him. Now, I think it's interesting because there are other people who have also started speaking out about the idea of just debating for debate's sake. And, hey, I've been caught up in it as well. I've even platformed people I felt were really good debaters, but their really good debate was only the fact that they were able to properly handle the people that they were debating with, not that they were pursuing truth or seeking to bring somebody to a greater understanding of what it was that they were missing, nothing of that nature. So, shout out to Neeson Black for sure. I really appreciate him and that insight that he shared. Okay, I'm looking over here. Georgia has not started updating. Double check real quick. Not started updating our ballots, so we got a little bit of time left. So what I got 2 more videos. I am going to stick with that theme of debate, because there is somebody that I've brought on before. I really like the way he debates, and you all have enjoyed him as well. But there's somebody who has Andrew Wilson.
I watched the David Wood and Andrew Wilson debate, and it was
let me bring this in. So we got Wise Disciple, great content creator, does a wonderful job of breaking down topics. And he looked at recently, Andrew Wilson debated David Woods about the true church, because Andrew Wilson is an Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, basically a Catholic, and David Woods is not. David Woods is a Protestant. And it was just a wild conversation, to say the very least. It was a super wild conversation. So instead of us looking at the debate itself, I'm going to bring in Wise Disciple. And he's just going to talk about and break this apart. I think you'll enjoy this for sure. Green hearts in the chat when y'all can hear, my good people.
total disaster.
That you a 13-year-old girl when you were 18 years old, and then 18-year-old.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give you the answer. Can you just pay attention? I'm going to answer.
I'm a Christian, and I'm more successful than Jay Dyer. Way more successful than all of you, in fact. Who do I go after? I'm not going after you people. I don't care about you people for the most part.
And somehow that was supposed to be a debate about whether Christians are helping Muslim apologists discredit other Christians. Sorry. But by the end, we had grifter accusations, personal attacks, true church warfare, and hypotheticals so extreme that the original issue almost disappeared. And that's a huge problem, because this debate didn't just expose a disagreement. It exposed what the internet is doing to Christian apologetics. Let's get into it. Hey friends, welcome back to Wise Disciple. Look, I'm not interested in turning this into another, Team David versus Team Andrew video. That's actually part of the problem here. What I want to show you is how a serious question about Christian witness turned into one of the most chaotic apologetics debates I've seen in a while, and why the Bible already warned us about this exact kind of thing thousands of years ago. So here's what happened. Jay Dyer apparently called or affirmed the idea that God logic is a grifter. That accusation was also being pushed by certain Muslim apologists, some of whom have said and done truly vile things toward Christian apologists and their families. David Wood objected to this and said essentially, why would Christians help Dawa Muslims discredit Christian apologists who are effectively exposing Islam? Of course, all of this took place after God Logic shut down Muhammad Hijab in a back and forth recently. Like, it was brutal what Avery did, all right? But then Andrew Wilson decided to debate David on the issue, and the formal prompt was something like, should Orthodox Christians support the lies of Dawa apologists who promote violence against Christians and threaten women? Now, that's already a loaded debate prompt, all right? So let's just be real. And that actually matters, because one of the reasons this debate became so chaotic is that the prompt itself had several issues packed into it. Was the debate about lying? Was it about Jay Dyer? Was it about God logic? Was it about whether criticizing a Christian apologist helps Islam? The answer became yes, all of it, all at the same time, for more than 3 hours.
Yeah, Dearborn, Michigan's new representative, Mohammed Oman, husband, brother, cousin to Ilhan Omar, has threatened to physically assault and rape Arizona's Orthodox Christian woman, Christina. He also has said that he secretly loves Planned Parenthood because it kills white Christian babies. Though his supporters don't like this, in an attempt to garner more support, he proposes the No More Abortion bill, which unsurprisingly bans abortions nationally. Should she support this bill and his lie to ban abortion as an Orthodox Christian, knowing that he is a Darwinist rapist who threatens to rape women and wants violence on Christians? Or should she go against this lie and allow millions of unborn babies to be murdered?
So one of the first things that happened is that Andrew Wilson immediately attacked the wording of the prompt by offering extreme hypotheticals. And this is where the debate started to go off the rails. Because Andrew's point, technically, is not completely wrong. There are situations where a bad person may say something true, right? Why? Well, because all truth is truth at the end of the day. So at that level, Andrew found a weakness in the wording of the prompt. But here's the problem. That was not really the morally serious issue. The morally serious issue was not, can a bad person ever say something true? The real issue was, should Christians help spread attacks from people who want Christian witnesses discredited? That's a very different question. And this is where I think the debate started collapsing. Because instead of clarifying the central issue, both sides kept fighting over related but different questions. The actual wording of the debate prompt gave Andrew a massive opening because he could say, wait, if a bad person says something true, can I agree with it?
No, if someone says something is true, even if they think it's false, you can still affirm the truth of what they're saying.
Well, but they're saying something which
true.
I know is untrue.
No, you're talking about their motivations.
Yeah,
you're affirming a true statement.
Good Lord, these non-Orthodox bros, I thought they were good at logic. If I'm affirming a statement they think is untrue, David.
See, technically the answer is yes. If a Muslim says murder is evil, Christians can say, yes, murder is evil. If an atheist exposes real corruption in a church, Christians should not deny it just because an atheist said it.
Correct.
So Andrew found the weak spot. But here's where the debate got frustrating. The wording of the resolution determines the formal shape of the debate, but the intent of the resolution determines the substance of the debate. Think about that.
Yeah, so here's my closing. David Wood gave me a prompt, which I beat him on within, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes on his own prompt, which was a bait prompt, which is hilarious.
And that line actually explains a lot. Because yes, you can beat someone on a badly worded prompt, but that does not mean that you have dealt with the deeper issue. And the deeper issue was this. If people hostile to the gospel are trying to damage a Christian witness, should Christians join in before they have strong evidence? And this is one of the biggest problems right now with online debate. You know, sometimes the goal becomes winning the prompt instead of finding the truth. And I really need you to hear me on this because some of you are not thinking this way at all. Some of you are just rooting for your guy. And you don't care at all that debates like these are discipling us in the wrong direction. Then we got this whole section about whether Jay Dyer has a cult or whether his followers act like a cult.
Okay, so why is Jay Dyer cult leader?
Right there, I'm thinking in terms of cult tactics. Yeah, seems pretty culty, man.
So this was another major detour. Look, there is a real thing that happens online where people become so loyal to a personality that they stop thinking clearly, okay? They don't evaluate the argument anymore. They don't slow down and ask, wait, is that actually true? They just defend their guy. And that happens in every camp, all right? It happens with Protestants. It happens with Catholic and Orthodox folks. It happens with YouTubers, okay? So I understand the concern. But the second the word cult gets introduced, now the debate is completely changed because now Andrew can say, okay, define cult. And that's exactly what he did. And guess what? Now we're not talking about whether Christians should help Muslim apologists discredit Christian witnesses. Now we're talking about whether Jay Dyer is a cult leader. And this just kept happening over and over and over again. The debate would get close to the real issue and then suddenly, boom, new topic. So now we're talking about cults and grifting and hey, what's the true church and people's personal past history. This is how serious issues get buried, ladies and gentlemen. It's because these guys keep opening a new front before the last one got resolved. That's chaos. And to be clear, this is a perfect picture of what online Christian apologetics is becoming. All right? We don't slow down. We don't clarify. We don't ask what is the actual issue. We escalate, we go for blood, and then everybody in the comments picks a side and acts like the chaos was the point. Hey, it's not. The point should be truth. The point should be wisdom. It should be faithfulness to Christ. If the debate format makes all of that harder to see, then we should at least be honest enough to admit something's broken here. Now, somebody's thinking, Nate, come on, it's just the internet, right? Like, this is how debate works. No, that's the problem. The internet is training us to think this right here is normal. It's training us to think that if something is chaotic enough, explosive enough, insulting enough, then it must be important. That's not true. The algorithm does not care about your holiness. It does not care if you become more patient and more careful with your words. It just cares if you click. if you comment, if you pick a side and you keep fighting in the comments section. And if we don't recognize that as Christians, we're going to confuse engagement with fruit. See, a debate can get views and still not produce wisdom at the end of the day. Wow. A clip can go viral and still not build up the body of Christ. A Christian can win the room and still lose the whole entire plot. And I think that's what happened here. Because underneath all the noise, there were serious questions that needed careful attention. Should we join hostile voices when they're attacking another Christian's witness? Here's a question. When does correction become slander? That's a great question to wrestle with, by the way, right? But instead of slowing down to deal with these, the debate kept rewarding the most explosive moments. And again, I'm not saying there's no place for strong disagreement. Of course there is. Christians should get into debates. Like we should get out there. I teach debate. So don't hear what I'm not saying and don't get it twisted. But if the method of our defense starts contradicting the message that we're defending, we got a big problem. And it's a biblical one, ladies and gentlemen. Because apologetics is not just about proving that Christianity is true. It's also about bearing witness to Christ. And if our apologetics makes people more arrogant, more tribal, more suspicious, more slanderous, and more addicted to outrage, then we failed. Something has gone horrifically wrong. Then the debate got even uglier because personal history and deeply graphic accusations entered the discussion. Watch this.
If your whole audience hears the shocking revelation that you a 13-year-old girl when you were 18 years old, right? And then 15-year-old one, and they say, you know what? We're going to forgive and forget, and we're with you. Is that less culty or more culty than Jay Dyer's followers asking you to debate him on the true church?
This is how the internet works, right? Everything escalates. Everything becomes personal. Everything becomes ammunition. And at some point, you're not even dealing with the original question anymore. You're just watching two people bleed on each other in public. And here's the deal, man. Some of you are entertained by that. And if that is you, shame on you. This is not what God desires of you. This right here should actually bother you. There's something wrong here. To be clear, Christians are not forbidden from discussing serious sin. If there is abuse, manipulation, corruption, serious public sin, then yes, it needs to be exposed, of course. But there is a massive difference between exposing sin for the sake of truth and weaponizing sin for the sake of winning. And that difference matters to God. Because the Lord does not just care that we say true things, friends. He cares how we say them. He cares what's in your heart when you say true things. He cares what fruit your words and your actions produce. And that takes us straight to Galatians 5. Now watch how specific the Bible gets here. Paul gives us a category for this. Actually, he gives us two categories. He talks about the works of the flesh, and then he talks about the fruit of the Spirit. All right? This is in Galatians. Now, listen to what he says. The works of the flesh are evident. Oh, hold on. Let's just stop right here. Did you catch that? Paul says they're evident, meaning you don't need a seminary degree to spot these kinds of things. You don't need to know every piece of internet drama that led up to whatever debate you're watching, right? Paul says the works of the flesh are obvious. And here they are: sexual immorality, impurity, sensuality, idolatry, sorcery, enmity, strife, jealousy, fits of anger, rivalries, dissensions, divisions, envy, drunkenness, orgies, and things like these. Okay? Does any of that sound familiar to you? The Bible already warned us about this, ladies and gentlemen. This means that a debate can still be driven by the flesh, even though it's supposed to be about theology or apologetics. That means a person can say true things and still produce rotten fruit. A Christian can defend doctrine in a way that disobeys the doctrine that he claims to defend. Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? See, some of you have this attitude like, well, if I'm right, then I can talk however I want. No, you can't. That is not Christianity, as it turns out. Paul does not say that the fruit of the Spirit is being technically correct. As a matter of fact, help me find in this list of the fruits of the Spirit where it says owning your opponent or winning the prompt, right? He says the fruit of the Spirit, watch this, is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. See, this exposes the fact that too many of us are no longer asking the question that God wants us to, right? Here's the real question. What fruit is actually being produced? When I speak or engage someone online or get in a debate, what is the fruit that is produced by it? Is it peace? Is it patience? Is it gentleness, right? Self-control? Or is it strife? Jealousy, fits of anger, a division. I got some bad news for us, friends. If the fruit looks like the flesh, then we don't get to call it spiritual just because the topic is theology. That's not how any of this works. And this is where I think some of us need to repent, actually. And, it's not just Andrew or people like Andrew or anyone who conducts themselves in the ways that we've been talking about in this video. I'm talking about us, the people watching and clipping the ugliest moments, right? And then cheering when another Christian gets humiliated. Because Paul already warned us what happens when this becomes the pattern. Look at this. But if you bite and devour one another, watch out that you are not consumed by one another. That is exactly what this debate felt like. Biting, devouring, and consuming. And somewhere in all of that, the name of Christ gets dragged through the mud by the very people claiming to defend him. That should sober each one of us. See, this is not just internet drama, friends. This is spiritual formation. The only question is, formation into what? Think about that. And once you recognize what I'm talking about, Romans 16 starts to hit a lot harder. Look at this. I appeal to you, brothers, to watch out for those who cause divisions and create obstacles contrary to the doctrine that you have been taught. Avoid them. Okay, think about what that means, because this is where the whole thing stops being merely about one debate, right? There is a massive difference between being a sincere brother and seeing something differently and being a divisive person who tears apart the body of Christ. See, Paul has spent the whole letter, the book of Romans, showing Christians with a Jewish and Gentile background how the gospel creates one family under the lordship of Jesus Christ. That means the strong cannot trample the weak cannot condemn the strong. This is Romans 14, right? Because Christ has welcomed them all. That's why Romans 15:7 says this, welcome one another as Christ has welcomed you for the glory of God. All right? That's the heart posture that Paul wants in the church. See, Romans 15 tells us whom to welcome. Romans 16 tells us what threatens that welcome. Why? Because true unity means we welcome sincere brothers and sisters, and we also guard the body from people who tear it apart. And then Paul tells us what's underneath this kind of divisive behavior, right? So he says, avoid these kinds of folks. And then watch this. For such persons do not serve our Lord Christ, but their own appetites. And by smooth talk and flattery, they deceive the hearts of the naive. Now, hold on a second. Does any of this sound familiar to you? Right? The way that Paul is talking, the words that he is using, some of the descriptors here. Because I think Paul is touching on something much deeper, right? A few verses later, as a matter of fact, look at this. In verse 20, Paul says this, the God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. Wow. What does Satan have to do with this, right? Oh, wait. Look at that again. Appetites or desire, deception, and then Satan. What does this make you think of, friends? Genesis chapter 3, right? See, to Paul, division in the church is not just a personality problem. It's a spiritual problem. For people to divide the body of Christ, particularly with smooth talk and deception, is to follow the pattern of the serpent. And Paul says, watch out. Why? Well, because the enemy does not only attack the church through obvious heresy, sometimes he attacks through whispers and suspicion and outrage, which leads to division. Friends, this is where the internet becomes very dangerous. And not because the internet invented divisiveness, but it's because it amplifies divisiveness at a very fast pace. That's why we need a Romans 16 test for the voices that we listen to, you and I, right? We need to be asking some serious questions. And it's not, do I like this person? Are they on my team? Or whatever that is, right? The question should be, are they faithful? Are they accountable? Are they aimed at repentance and restoration? Or are they self-serving, manipulative, and faction-making? Right? Are they building up Christ's body? Or are they harvesting outrage? Are they correcting error? Or are they cultivating contempt? Are they helping me love the church? Or are they training me to despise it? And actually, I think the $6 million question is, what fruit does their content produce in me? After I watch this particular person, am I more prayerful? Do I want to get into God's word more? Do I feel more obedient? Am I more gracious? Am I more Christ-like? Or am I more arrogant and suspicious and cynical and contemptuous? That's a Romans 16 question. And look, not every online critic is wrong. Not every rebuke is divisive. Hello? I make videos critiquing people. You know what I mean? My friends like Mike Winger and Ruslan and others, they make videos critiquing people. All right? Christians are allowed to do that, and they're allowed to test ideas. We are actually commanded to test ideas. Right. So the question is not, is this person being critical? The question is, what is their criticism producing? That's a fruit question. Do you understand? And it just seems like nobody is concerned about fruit anymore. And by the way, I'm not making this up, okay? Jesus gives us the simplest test in Matthew chapter 7. He says, you will recognize them by their fruits, right? Not by confidence, not by debate skill or who gets the most clips, by their fruit. And then Jesus goes on, you should actually take a look at this. Jesus goes on to give one of the most terrifying warnings in the Bible. I have a video on this. I'll try to leave a link for it. But some people will say to Jesus, right? Lord, Lord. And what's he going to say back? I never knew you. Now, I'm not saying all of this to pronounce judgment on anybody's soul, okay? That belongs to Christ. I'm saying that Jesus himself warns us not to be impressed by religious language when the fruit is actually rotten underneath. So here's the takeaway. This debate was a mess. It was just an utter chaotic dumpster fire. But I also think it was useful, not because it modeled what to do, but because it showed us what is actually happening. Christian apologetics online is in danger of becoming a blood sport. And the more that we reward that, the more that we're going to get these kinds of crazy moments, right? If we reward mockery, we're going to get more mockery. If we reward factionalism and tribalism and fruitless controversy, that's exactly what we're going to get more of. But if we reward clarity, if we reward courage and gentleness and truth, biblical fidelity and spiritual fruit, maybe we can start recovering something better. Because let's face it, the world does not need Christians who can merely win arguments. The world needs Christians who bear witness to Christ. Amen? Jesus says they will know us, the disciples, by what? By the way that we mock others and make bad faith arguments online and go for the jugular? No. They'll know us by our fruit. Not just by the truth that we communicate, but the way that we live our lives that is uniquely holy, that is informed by the fruit of the Spirit and the Beatitudes in Matthew 5. Amen? So, let's debate and, let's defend the faith and confront serious error. But do not become the thing that Scripture warns about while claiming to defend Scripture. The question is not whether Christians should fight for the truth. We have to do that. That's part of our mandate. The question is whether we can still recognize the truth when our appetite for the fight has become stronger than our love for Christ.
Wow.
Golly, what is wrong? Jesus is not impressed by our debate clips. I hope you know that. Jesus is looking for our fruit. All right, let me stop here. You know, those are my thoughts, and I apologize. I was a little animated. This really ticks me off. And look, I'm only going to do this the one time, all right? I've got bigger plans. As a matter of fact, I'm going to announce those plans soon. But here's what I want you to do. Comment down below. Let me know what you think. But before you comment, don't just tell me whose side you're on, all right? Tell me what kind of fruit you think this kind of online debate is producing. Is it making us wiser, more faithful, and more like Christ? Or is it just making us better at devouring one another? Let me know in the comments, all right, friends? That's all I got. I'm going to return soon with more videos. But in the meantime, I'll say bye for now.
Thanks so much, Nate. That was a good one. That was a good one. And, you know, hey, I had to take assessment of myself. I like a good debate, but I guess I do like a little bit of chaos too. So I got to take it. So I appreciate y'all checking that out. And I will leave the link to that down in the description. I know the mods have dropped it in there or a time or two in the chat, but I'll make sure it's in the description. Okay. At the current moment, they have not started updating the Georgia election results. So I was going to watch those and give y'all an update on that. And then in the night, but I guess they're going to hold us hostage tonight. I don't think it's going to go like, you know, in the extra innings or something like that. Oh, hold on a second. Wrong one. I don't think it's going to go in the extra innings. Let me just pull it in real quick so you can see. All right. So I am on. And most of us are wondering about the Fulton County commissioner race, and that's for District 5. So we got our 4 Democrats, and of course we have 1 Republican. Yeah, whatever. So I'll make sure I keep jumping back and forth. As soon as it starts populating, the polls have just closed. As far as I know, they close at 7:00, and I did not see anything about like an emergency. We must keep them open longer. Oh yeah, y'all ask about that race too. Let's see. I don't see anything on that. Oh, did I close it out? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. All right. The Massey race. Let's see how it's going. We got pop-ups popping up all over the place. Okay, they haven't started announcing it yet either. Let me yeah, they haven't announced it either. So, but that's Kentucky. Aren't they an hour behind anyway? I don't think they've closed yet. Let's see real quick. Okay, so what they're showing me, maybe they are closed. I'm sorry. What they're showing me, and to zoom in because that's what y'all are wondering about. All right, Ed is up 57 to 43, and how much? About 13% of the votes are counted. And going over here to the Democrats, Strange, great day. She winning by 73%. All right, my man is Jesse Brewer, albeit he has a nice tie on. He is not doing too hot. Wow, there were a lot. The election turnout is crazy. They said they had 46,000 estimated votes in the Democrat primary, 107 in the Republican. That's wild. Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it, but we'll see. We'll see by God's grace. We'll move on. Okay. So yeah, that was let me jump over here, and they have not started updating on Jordan. Let me see if maybe I can find it real quick. Here, I got this other clip. This is a very interesting conversation as well. We'll be jumping around today. We got a lot of conversation we're jumping around on. Okay. And this is not in support of these 2 individuals. Okay. So don't lose focus on that. I'm not supporting these 2 individuals. What I'm pointing out, however, is that these 2 individuals seem to have very clear as wise disciples said, all truth is truth. They seem to have a very clear understanding of who Candace is, even though they themselves are in error. And I think once I pull the screen up, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. These two women, albeit they are in error themselves, they are able to see what some people who are not in the kind of gross sin that these women are in, these people are in, can't seem to get. So I'm gonna pull this in, and I'm also gonna find that Georgia race for y'all. So anyway, I don't know if y'all, maybe you haven't seen this, but let's bring it in. All right. I just thought this was super interesting hearing somebody again. They have it dialed in. So green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Have any expectation when I'm sitting across from a Michael Knowles, a Ben Shapiro. The Candace one was crazy. Hey, Candace. I don't have any expectation for those people to be something other than what they are too. Like, I know where people are coming from. You can sense it.
Wait. I didn't wait. I didn't see the Candace one. I don't know how I missed that, but clearly it was great. What happened?
People who know, like, this is 2017, so this is almost 10 years ago. Okay. It was a very basically, this is when she was known as Red Pill Black. She wasn't even going by Candace Owens, so maybe that's why, like, it doesn't come up. But it was on the Rubin Report. He was the mediator, and it was me versus her, because at the time she was just coming off of she was the creator of like an app or a website that was doxing conservatives. But she was simultaneously like moving into the conservative space. And so I was like the only one kind of sounding the alarm, like, this person's doxing us, and everyone's suddenly platforming her, including you, Dave. Like, what's going on? And I think now Dave sees my point a little bit. So it was a debate basically about her being like a grifter and like purporting to be conservative, even though she wasn't. And I think a lot of people have like come around to that now, not saying she's not a talented person. You know, she clearly is, and she's clearly a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, maybe Dave thinks he should have listened to me now. I don't know.
Well, he said that.
The point is, it was very heated. The point is, it was a very ugly conversation / debate.
Really? Gosh, you know what? Yeah. I've said this before. So for anybody who's like, I know this story, apologies. But I'm, you know, Blair, I doubt that you do. I invited Candace to come do a podcast. This has got to be a year and a half ago. She was pregnant, so whenever the heck that was, with the most recent child. And she was talking about Brigitte Macron. And she was also talking about Harvey Weinstein and how she thinks that he may not have R-worded these women because they couldn't describe his genitalia and he only had one testicle. And it was these kind of like crazy third rail conversations. And I really only knew her at that point as like a woman who kind of exposed the way Black Lives Matter had misused their funds to buy houses in like the richest, whitest neighborhoods of California. And so
which was great.
I invited her on to come talk to me. And Blair, this is where I'm like, I feel she showed up. She could not have been nicer to me. She didn't need to show up. I had this tiny little podcast. And here I am, gay. She couldn't have been more. Like, we talked about it. She wasn't aggressive. She didn't bash me. And then I now see like what's going on. And then I hear your story and Dave's story. And I have the hardest time reconciling it. Like, I just keep thinking of the woman that was magnanimous enough to show up to my podcast studio, be polite, engage in a civil discourse. We talked about, this is before, like way before she was all the way down the rabbit hole on Israel. What do you think has happened? You saw it, so I thought, like, am I blind? Has she evolved? What is going on there? Because now you're telling me she was doxing people. So this is a hell of a continuum. I've watched her sit with Dennis Prager and talk about how people are anti-Semitic and blame the Jews for everything. And now she's here. Anti-Semitic. What in the world do you think has happened with this transition?
Well, I think that it's like a lot bigger than like just Candace. I think that people in general right now, you know, I think all of us, no matter where we are on the continuum of like believing all the conspiracy theories, or I think everyone's forced to acknowledge that some of them are obviously are real. And then some of us are on I'm maybe in like a little bit past the middle. I kind of believe in like a lot of them. And so that's why it's like unfortunate that, you know, there's a lot of real stuff that Candace does weave into her episodes, but it's like the bigger things overall that I think really do a disservice to it. I think that people in general are just really hungry for a truth and a sort of narrative to follow outside of like the government, because we can all acknowledge the government has lied to us about so many things. And I think that it's hard to necessarily blame or be mad at people who sort of like lose it from that paradigm, because sometimes I feel myself losing it. I'm like, they're lying about Epstein, they're lying about this, and you have to really censor yourself. But I think that maybe part of it is like, I know that she goes live like 5 days a week or something like that. If you have to hit it 5 days a week, it's like maybe you don't have time to really censor yourself and really think like, okay, what is the truth here? What should I not say? So she's personally lost me. There actually, despite our beef, was a brief window where I was like, okay. I even heard her out about Brigitte. And to be honest,
I did too.
And right, and to be honest, I guess if I found out tomorrow.
Did you believe it?
I didn't believe.
Did you believe
it.
where
She
she
didn't
was?
sell me, but like I'm always open to like crazier things have happened. Like life is crazy. This world is
She
crazy.
sold me, dude. I believed it. I watched it, and I made my wife watch it, and I made my mom watch it. I'm like, Brigitte's a man. Brigitte's totally a man. And
yeah.
now I'm like, all right, I may have lost lost it there.
But the ability to pull yourself back out, right? I think engaging with ideas, even if they're, you know, out there or radical, is actually so important, because you really find out where you are. So for me, where I've landed is like, is she a man? I don't think so. However, there's a lot of other messed up stuff going on there. The fact that she got with him when he was like 13 or 14. And so I think that the conversation should be about that and some other things. So you have to find the middle ground. And that's something that I think people have a hard time doing, because a lot of people haven't had to actually do that, right? A lot of people either believe the government narrative all of the time, or they never believe it, which is actually, I think, just as like ignorant. Like, so I was at the White House Correspondents', the Hilton. I was at the Fox News party, and I left literally minutes before the shooter came in and shot where I was just at on foot. And so it was surreal for me to, as I'm sure you've seen like online, it's like almost unanimous online that like it was staged, like left and right are like, it was fake.
Yes.
That's been surreal for me. But at the same time, it's hard for me to get mad at anybody because they lie about so much. But the ability to decipher, okay, maybe there was something up with this other event, and maybe I really truly think that and believe that. Maybe I'm right. That doesn't mean everything is fake. Like believing everything is fake is actually just as diluted as believing every government narrative. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely know what you're saying. We actually talked a little bit about this last week in relation to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And you've got, the blue pill of you believe everything the government says, the red pill of the moment where you go, okay, COVID came from a lab, not a wet market, you bastards. And then all of a sudden, the FBI and the CIA, it looks like it came from a lab. And you're like, I knew it. And then Epstein happens, and it's just one more thing that Pizzagate, you were thinking, okay, I must be crazy for thinking there's some truth in this, only to find out that there is some truth in it. And that gives way to complete and total nihilism. All right, guys, if you like this clip and you want to watch the full episode, click here. And
all right, shout out to Jillian and Blair. I just thought it was interesting that they seem to, even though they themselves have some real things going on in their lives, they're able to see through Candace, and they're able to parse through. And when you hear a man that's pretending to be a woman say that Brigitte Macron is not a man pretending to be a woman, that's kind of crazy work. Right. I just call him a man pretending to be a woman. What? Okay. All right. I'm not, my goal was not to get lost in the weeds there for sure. At the current moment, Georgia is still not reporting. I don't know what it's going to take. Kentucky's reporting already, and I've been looking. I can't find a report, but let me just give y'all Kentucky because I know a lot of y'all have been wondering that. All right, so Ed is still a lead, about 21%, almost 22% of the expected votes have been counted. He's still up by like 13%. Strange is still up by what's that? About about 35%. My goodness. And about 21%, both of them are about 21% are reporting at the current moment. That's strange. I like what you did there. So I think if all things stay the same, it'll probably be Ed and Melissa in Kentucky. At the current moment, I don't have any. I'm trying to find my Georgia race, man. I can't find it. Okay, so I'm still looking over here on my Wikipedia page. I don't think this is a good link. I'm like, we should be seeing some numbers already. All right, I don't have anything at the current second, so I'm still trying to find the Georgia race. Let me see right here. Does this have it? No. Okay, I don't know why. It's a conspiracy against me. What about the governor's race? Got at least who's winning the governor in Georgia? I have like a conspiracy against me, man. All right, somebody sending me something. Okay, here we go. I got the governor in Georgia. Okay, here we go. At least we got this. I don't know what about a lot of y'all want to know about the Tiffany Henry one as well, so I want to make sure I get you that one. At the current moment, it is Burt Jones. He's about 37%. And how much? About 7% of the votes have been counted. About 6% of the Democrat votes have been counted. And Keisha Lance Bottoms is running the table on them right there. Okay. All right. 66% showing up and showing out. Okay. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what happens, people. Let me see what we got here. All right. Yeah, I thought we would have this by now. I didn't think they'd be slow dragging, but they are slow dragging over here. I don't know why we don't already have the Georgia race already. All right. And I'm looking everywhere to find it. I'm sure there's probably a better way to find it, but I have not found the best way to look at the race. Okay, let me see. Senate primaries, John Ossoff is uncontested. GOP candidate Mike Collins is up 44%. And how much is about 7% is reporting. So that's looks like it's going to be a long night. All right, let me get this. I don't see the race that we've been asking about. I don't know what to do with it. Okay, I was thinking of two. What are you saying? What did I say? What do you think about me, dude? What did I do? What did I do? I'm always up to something. Well, I don't know the places that I'm looking at. Like, there's not a. Let me just give y'all this one. I'll keep over the Kentucky one while I'm looking because I know you all wanted to ask about the Kentucky one. The Kentucky race. Ed is still in the lead. Okay. But it's getting a little bit tighter. It's getting a little bit tighter, y'all. 16,000 votes to 12, and it's still only 24% reporting. What does Florida do with their elections? Why is Florida's elections so smooth? We got to know. We got to break it down to us. Let me see. So I'm looking on NBC because that's where I don't see this race. Why isn't that Fulton County race? Why the Fulton County race showing it up? I don't know what is going on here. Let me. Well, while we're doing this, some people were asking. Shout out to Just Fax Me. While we're doing that, I'm gonna find this. Just Fax Me gave a quick breakdown of what happened on the show today. So let me pull this in, just so you all are not watching me sit around here and type and try to find this out. And apparently, it didn't go too well. So allegedly, this interview with Marx did not. I'll make sure I leave the link down in the description so you can go back and make sure you like his video. So let me pull this in very quickly. All right, let's see what happened over here. I don't know. So we're going to find out together. Shout out everybody, green hearts in the chat when you can hear. Let's go.
You seem to be a little afraid of truth. And what I once thought was a solid show years ago, you've turned this into a TMZ, and worse than TMZ, it's like a Temu version of it.
Oh, no.
This is fantastic. Victor Marx is burying Candace Owens right now live. And I'm screen recording it, and you're about to see it. She brought this man on thinking she was going to run the show. This is why Candace won't debate intellects. Okay, this is why she won't debate me. This is why she won't debate Graham Allen. This is why she won't debate anybody who has challenged her. He has shut her down. Check this out.
And they seem to have some questions about some of the biographical items that you share. So just beginning with, I think, sort of the inflection points, this story about beheading a cat and wearing its head at the age of 3. I mean, it's not an easy thing to behead a cat. I have a lot of toddlers. Do you stand by that?
Well, let's start with, I think, what's most relevant right now are the latest accusations by your last guest, Corby, which is, I think, what brought us together on this whole issue. In what we're going to discuss and the time I'm giving you freely to talk about some things, are you willing to admit when you're wrong or you've been misguided?
So Victor, just so you know, you're on my show. I'm not on yours. So I'm going to guide the conversation. I said I'm happy to speak about Corby. There are broader concerns. Actually, the way that my highest interest in you is obviously as it relates to Charlie Kirk and your involvement with Turning Point USA.
I realize that.
Yeah.
And you're right.
We can speak about Corby, but you're, this isn't your stage. So respectfully, I do want to. You are running for governor, so I think your biography is important. Obviously, the Corby Hall stuff is important. And if something is wrong, we're happy to correct it. We did invite you to come on the show with Corby, which we asked you to do because that made the most sense because you guys could rebut each other face to face. You declined to do that. So Corby had the stage for himself and I could not offer a rebuttal because I wasn't there for the conversations.
Right.
So the answer is yes. But I want to start with your biographical items. Do you stand by that story, that inflection point?
We have to start with what brought me here, which is Corby. And I clearly communicated to you and your staff, do not have him on, do your research because he's unstable. And the very person that platformed him for you, Corey, has filled out a statement, both with local authorities and FBI, that he is homicidal. And he told her and her husband that he had plans to kill me. And she felt responsible for it being fueled. And your name was brought up as he's aggravated, something about he didn't get what he wanted out of your show. But I need you to at least acknowledge, did Corey contact y'all, not Corby, but did Corey contact y'all with the concerns of not platforming Corby again?
Well, you brought up a homicidal. That's actually something that you said in the clip that we just showed, that you yourself have had homicidal thoughts. Do you still have homicidal thoughts? Or was that a period in your life?
That was a long time ago, and I'm thankful I didn't. But currently, this gentleman is being sought by the FBI and El Paso County Sheriff Department, who admitted to Corey, the individual who platformed him on your show, that he was struggling with homicidal thoughts, and he gave detailed plans on how he was going to lay in wait to kill me. Are you?
Well, that's not
and your
anything
staff
that we have heard on
familiar?
this show. So like I said, we can't rebut on that. We received only a message from Corey that she got a phone call from the FBI and that they were investigating you for gun running. Did she inform you of this? I don't know. I would really like to go back to the biographical items, though, of your life.
It's irrelevant.
I don't want to get into your background investigations. I was not contacted by the FBI. I can't verify it. And as I said, we can discuss Corby's allegations. But I would like to begin with just the cat. Did you behead the cat at the age of 3? Do you stand by that story?
Did your team view social media, as y'all are a quasi-investigative team by all your allegations? Did you see Corey's public statement about what happened and how this is very serious? They cannot locate this individual you platformed, Corby Hall, and both his wife.
Victor, I just have to rebut you here and say that I don't necessarily trust what you are saying, given the fact that you don't want to answer just basic biological questions. And after having spoken with your family members who say that it's largely made up, I have no reason to believe anything that you're saying right now. So I'd like to just kind of focus on your character. We can talk about Corby. I have nothing to do with any pending investigations. I have not been contacted by law enforcement. So I'm not interested in having a discussion about information.
Corey? Have you been Candace, you seem to be a little afraid of truth. And what I once thought was a solid show years ago, you've turned this into a TMZ, and worse than TMZ, it's like a Temu version of it. I'm asking you, did your staff not see the statement that Corey Kennedy posted online? We're talking about a homicidal individual who has threatened to kill me. And your name was brought up in this?
I have answered your question. I have not seen it, so I cannot have a conversation with you about that. But I can have a conversation with you.
The new Ashley Lux collection is the drop your home's been waiting for. With ultra plush boucle upholstery, beautiful.
Focus on your biographical items, because as I said, I've spoken with your family in Martinville, and they claim that your stories are fantastical.
The fact that Candace Owens is accusing him of fantastical stories? Candace is accusing him of fantastical stories. This is why she's a moron. This is why I can't even believe she went through with this. She thought she was going to run the show, and this man is shutting her down. Look at her face.
So I'm just asking you, and we can then get into some questions about the alleged gun sales that you were trying to conduct with Corby, which is what we discussed on the show and which we have seen evidence for. I cannot speak to you about a report that I have not seen that you claim is happening. And I would like to just kind of get you focused here because you're running for governor. And I don't think that Corby Hall is going to be your number one issue.
Thank you.
Do you have
Corby
anything?
is my number one issue right now.
This is your number one issue for the state of Colorado?
Corby is the number one issue right now, who's homicidal and admitted he wanted to kill me and how he was going to do it. That's why authorities are looking for him.
Well, I would just like to say to people that are watching this, I cannot confirm anything that Victor Marx is saying. I have not said it. I think he is using my platform to potentially spin some tales. The only thing that I heard was that there was an FBI investigation that was looking into you for guns. And that's all I've heard. And I'm not interested in that. I would like to now, since you have the stage, focus on you as a gubernatorial candidate and your background. And so if I could go back to that yes or no question, do you stand by this story that you beheaded a cat at the age of 3?
Of course I do. But we're happy to give you the FBI's agent's name who is in charge of the investigation and moved it here. Regarding my Marine Corps time, this is one of the most flagrant misnomers that you have that really made us go, I don't think they're very professional in their investigations. You claimed without a doubt that I only served 2 years in the Marine Corps. Do you stand by that?
That was what we could find. I'm happy to edit that if you'd like to give us an updated answer.
Well, it's not just so much edit. It was 3 years, and it was on the DD-214. So you spread misinformation with great confidence and said, what was he doing? Which shows the lack of professionalism that y'all can't even read a DD-214. So, you know what? I'd appreciate an apology from you on misrepresenting my service to the United States when I served in the Marine Corps. Will you offer me an apology for that?
I think this was just sort of a clerical error that could just have been
It's not
resolved
clerical.
right here. Like I said, you could come on the show and we could talk about your biography. So
Well, now
I don't
you know
think
the
you're
truth.
owed some emotional apology. It was
It's
just,
not emotional.
you thought it was 2 years. You're
You
saying it's 3.
misrepresented my Marine Corps time. I would appreciate an apology.
I'm not going to apologize to you for that. I think
Thank
you're being
you.
a little bit over the top. We reported to.
Believe me,
stand
veterans
corrected.
around the country would stand with me. Veterans don't like to be misrepresented. And you are misrepresenting my time and service in the Marine Corps. And you won't offer an
We are
apology.
happy to update the record.
entire
You heard him
veteran
here.
community will take note of that. Thank you.
No problem. We're just happy to correct the error that we made. We said 2 years and he says it's 3.
My
That's not a big deal.
DDQ 14 says 3 years, and it is a big deal, Candace. Don't minimize my military service.
Okay. I was not minimizing it. I legitimately thought it was 2 and we stand corrected.
Then offer an
and
apology.
Then apologize.
I'm not going to apologize to you, Victor. I sense that you are quite arrogant and you're used to being in control of
I'm
people
not
and getting them to
arrogant
do
or
things
used
for
to be.
you.
I am a truth
I'm just
seeker.
not I'm not that
And
individual.
for someone who is just lambasted innocent people as an internet bully, you're not used to someone come on the show holding your feet to the fire.
My feet don't feel like they're held to the fire at all. I think you're kind of representing yourself as a little all over the place and unable to just present
Not at
your
all.
biographical items as I'm giving you the opportunity to do. I'm asking
just
questions.
correcting you so that we can have an honest conversation and it's not another TMZ approach.
Okay, you've done that cool line twice. Timu, TMZ. I see you.
Oh,
have
you
that
do it
ready to
too,
go in
though.
chamber. Let's move on. Let's talk about your. Let's talk about your stepfather. You also claimed that you killed a man at the age of 7 because he instructed you to do that and buried him in the backyard. Your family disputes that neighborhood. They also noted that there are no news stories that would even back up that a man was missing. It's quite a rural community. Martinville, Mississippi. If someone went missing, that might have been noticed.
What was the name of
Can
the
you give us the name of the person that you said that you walked in and told the police that you murdered however many years ago because your father forced you to?
What was the name of the town you just mentioned?
Is this Martinville, Mississippi?
No, it's not.
Where did you didn't grow up in Martinville, Mississippi?
No, I did not.
Where did you grow up?
You should know that.
I think you could at least find that out from reading my book or watching a documentary.
Would you like to, are you familiar with Mississippi at all?
Of course I am.
Okay, am I getting the name of the town wrong? Do you want to just tell us as opposed to trying to do a dunking on where in Mississippi did you grow up?
Oh, ma'am, you're accusing me of that I'm not telling the truth on things.
No, I'm just saying that you said you murdered a man. So if you could tell us what town that was in, that'd be helpful.
No, he's not going to tell you. I'm not telling you.
In interviews I've done, it's in our documentary. And I'm telling you, if you can at least get the town that I'm in, how can we trust you with more information that you're bringing?
The biggest thing is the homicide that was committed. So we can scrap about the town later if you don't want to say it. Are you saying you murdered a man anywhere in the 50 states? Can you give us the name of the man that you were forced to murder?
No, because you don't know the town.
I didn't know who he was.
You didn't know who he was. Okay. And you walked into a police station with this information and were told it doesn't matter anymore. Is that correct?
Is that your assumption that I walked into a police station? Where did you hear that?
That you confessed to, well, the reason why we know this information at all is because you've shared it publicly and said that they, okay, so why don't you reshare the story and what's happened with that story since?
Well, why don't you present it accurately?
Hey, y'all, I just downloaded. I got the full clip. So when this gets done, if y'all want to, I don't know, I might want to watch the whole thing. And by the way, I don't think Georgia elections have started updating yet. Hold on. This is a shout out. Shout out to Victor Marx. He said, I'm gonna bring this noise today. He messed their whole game up.
The whole point of me having you on the show and giving you the platform is not so that you can quiz me on your background, but rather so that you could just answer the questions and share the story in its correct context with the right city. So you don't have to worry about misinformation because you have a platform right now. Go ahead.
Well, Candace, I have a platform without you. We have 4 million followers.
Whoa.
And listen, I've been on much bigger programs than yours. I don't need yours to clarify what we're doing. But what you're doing is making slanderous accusations that are incorrect at the very basic level. So, no, I did not walk into a police station. I called the sheriff department and made the claim many years later. Does that help? I'm doing your job for you.
That certainly does help. Thank you for being able to just answer something and doing a quick fix there. Not everything has to take 5 minutes. You called the sheriff's department rather than walked into it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And what happened after that, Victor?
You tell me.
Well, let me ask you this before I go on. Have you ever been abused as a kid?
Have I ever? Are you asking me if I've ever beheaded a cat?
No, I'm asking you, have you ever suffered physical or sexual abuse as a kid?
Wow.
I would say that it would be a little bit more extreme if you say that you murdered someone. Like that's extreme abuse versus people.
But that's not
a yes or
correct.
no question.
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you personally. Have you ever been physically or sexually abused as a kid?
I have not been. I have not suffered any sexual abuse.
I am happy you have not. Now, what we're entering into now, we must be very careful. Because who I represent are millions of both kids and adults who've suffered abuse. And in no way do I want to make minimum of this or make it some type of ratings for you. I've shared my story as an adult regarding my childhood and the abuse that I suffered from 3 to 7 years old.
Yes, what I'm telling you is that your family members dispute it. So it's not about a TV moment. It's about me having spoken to your family members who say that this never happened. So that is of interest, obviously, because
not really.
You want to be the governor of Colorado. So, figuring out whether or not you tell fantastical stories or whether or not you're able to tell the truth is kind of important for voters, I would say. And I'm inclined to think that you tell some whoppers because trying to make it emotional and say, well, have you ever suffered sexual abuse? We're talking about a homicide. Okay. So I don't know that there are many people who can say that I had to kill someone or behead a cat when I was 7 years old and bury the body in the backyard. That feels like an extreme example. Lots of abuse takes place. Sexual abuse takes place. I've heard many of these stories. I would like to, this is actually very important. If this is an unsolved crime, you don't know who this man is. Where did this, I'd like you to just tell a little bit more about what the sheriff said to you when you called and said that you buried him in your backyard.
It's interesting, though, that you're claiming my family members from Martinville, Louisiana, claim this never happened. I'm 6 years old and never once has my family refuted any of this. As a matter of fact, my sister was on my documentary film, The Victor Marx Story, which folks can watch. It's a documentary on YouTube. And she actually completely solidifies the abuse because she went through it. So did other family members. So I'm not sure who you're talking to. And if
are you referring to Charmaine?
I am not. I'm talking
which sister
about
are you,
Debbie.
Are you referring
which
to?
one did you talk to?
Debbie, my older sister.
I did not speak with Debbie.
Well, there you go.
So Charmaine, if you spoke with Charmaine, she is my half sister, who is the daughter of the abuser, Gloris Dean Kennedy. And I've tried to protect her because she has children. I've tried to protect the family that still carries Kennedy's name out of just, I think, caring for people. And my sister has struggled in her life with things, including, a fiance who committed suicide. And it's sad that so much of our problems stem from horrible abuse from her blood biological father.
Also notice, too, what her mug says. Don't care, built different. That's Andrew Tate's slogan. The guy with 32 counts of rape and pedophilia.
Really?
And sexual assault, right? Plus a bunch of other things. That's his slogan that she is wearing proudly on her desk.
Wow.
Anyways, my friends, my factivists, more on this tomorrow. I just wanted to give you a sample. As I was sitting here watching this live, I was like, I know my factivists aren't going to sit through this psychotic woman. So let me at least give them something to sit on tonight. Right there. Candace, have me on your show. Come on, man. Come on. Let's debate your claims about Charlie Kirk. Come on. You let this man on, and he destroyed you.
Wow.
Easily.
Yo. Okay. All right. So this is very interesting. I like the fact that he said, look, we're going to talk about Charlie Kirk. And by the way, I don't know if they did talk about Charlie Kirk. Wow. All right. What do y'all think? I mean, I got time tonight. In the words of Tanash Peters, I got time tonight. Oh man. Green hearts in the chat if you want to do the whole thing. All right, let's see what we got. Let's do some let's see some green heart assessments here. We got, oh man, they want to watch the video, Jason. And by the way, they still haven't announced Georgia's race. Oh, let me real quick. Let me look at Kentucky's while we're, oh man, y'all flooding with the green hearts. I love it. Yeah, he brought the noise. Okay. Oh, they said this projected winner. They said, look, he's probably gonna win. So Ed Gallerin is a winner pretty much, and Melissa Strange is pretty much the winner. But they have a lot of votes still outstanding over here. Okay. Well, anyway, there we go. So that's the tentative election results. Let's go ahead and bring this back in. All right, I got the full video. So let's y'all stressing me out, man. Y'all be stressing me out with this woman. All right, I apologize to everybody else who's equally stressed out. Go get you some a beverage, no farm equipment, all that kind of stuff like that. If I could skip forward a little bit, let's see. Oh man, it's still
USA. I mean, this could be the dawn of a new series. Fantastic pastors and where to find them. Welcome back to Candace.
Okay, that little music right there will get you in trouble. It looks like Massey's done, if anybody's asking that question.
Okay, so we're not exactly burying the lead. As I said, today we are going to be joined by Victor Marx, Colorado's gubernatorial candidate. But I want to at first provide you with the refresher about who he is and why I am interested in him. So Victor Marx is very much a part of the Turning Point faith orbit. He is apparently extraordinarily close to Erica Kirk, right? So much so that he was the first that we could find to publicly announce that Charlie Kirk had passed away on September 10th on social media. I believe it is on Instagram. It was an hour and a half before the president of the United States made the announcement, even though he has since deleted that Instagram post. We then know that when Erica came home after bringing back Charlie's body in a casket aboard Air Force Two, Victor Marx and his wife Eileen were among the small circle of people who were welcomed into Erica's home to comfort her and to take photos of the grieving widow. Eventually, those photos were shared on the internet. Now, I am also informed that he presented her with a bulletproof car, transportation. He alluded to that in the Instagram post, getting her home, providing transportation to keep her and her children safe. So we can ask him about that. And shortly thereafter, Victor Marx announced that he was running for governor of Colorado, a calling that he felt came from God in the wake of Charlie's assassination. But who actually is Victor Marx? I'm getting old, you're getting old. Our memory is fuzzy. Let me give you a little bit of a recap. I've already told you his real name is Vaughn Victor Kennedy. That's his birth name, at least. And he has told a lot of stories about his childhood, namely surrounding his stepfather, Glois Dean Kennedy, abuse that he says that he endured at the hands of Glois, which that abuse began when Victor was just 3 years old. I'm going to show you more about what he says about that in a bit. What we do know about his stepfather is that Glois did serve in the Army doing counterintelligence. He then pled guilty to a conspiracy to of running an international drug smuggling ring, marijuana out of Jamaica. Victor's brother, Mike Kennedy, also pled guilty as a co-conspirator, but he took a plea deal in exchange for testifying against his stepfather. Victor Marx's biological dad was Karl Marx. What a name. He was a pimp, a drug dealer, and a world-famous martial arts expert. I am told Victor Marx is, in fact, very good at martial arts, by the way. Now, in terms of his biological father,
His biological father spent time in a mental hospital for homicidal tendencies, something that Victor Marx has expressed that he has experienced as well, or during a period of his life. Victor's grandfather, I told you, killed his grandmother. So his grandfather killed his grandmother in a public murder-suicide. You're going to hear about Victor Marx's life. Some highlights, I would say. Age 3, beheaded a cat. Age 7, Victor Marx killed his first person because his stepdaddy told him to. By the time he was 17, he had lived in 17 homes and attended 14 schools, was involved with drugs, fights, and theft in high school. At 18, Victor joined the Marine Corps, served for 2 years before he was discharged. At 21, he says he found Jesus and he started attending Calvary Chapel Church, my favorite church. Fave. Right, 10 out of 10, Calvary Chapel Church. Definitely the pastors. At 23, Victor married his wife, Eileen Breeding Marx, and they went on to have 5 kids and grandkids. In 2003, he and his brother began All Things Possible Ministries. In 2023, Eileen's brother, Kenneth Brining, tried to shoot Victor Marx on Victor's property. Fortunately, Victor survived that, but Eileen's brother would go on to kill his own girlfriend. Not really sure what's going on with this family, but it's a lot. Like I said, he announced his candidacy for governor of Colorado on October 1st. So that's the reason why his background is now being called into question. It's quite mysterious. And he began teasing that run at the memorial service for Charlie Kirk just 4 days after Charlie's death. So, by the way, you don't have to take these biographical items from me. You can also hear Victor Marx. He has not been shy about sharing his story. Take a listen to him tell about how he grew up.
I remember sitting on the ground with my arms still tied to the bedpost. And then he brought an animal in, a dead cat. And he had a knife and he said, I want you to cut the head off this cat. And I was terrified. And he said, if you don't, I'll cut your head off. So
at 3?
Yeah, about 3.5. I used the knife, cut the cat's head off, and then he put the carcass on my head and blood dripped down on me. So that was the first really memory that I have of what would be the beginning of a lot of abuse. My stepfather, he put one hand on my wrist. He put his finger over my trigger finger. And then he pushed, and I pulled. And I shot the guy in his head, and it killed him. And he shoved him in the hole, and he buried him. He wrapped the pistol with a handkerchief. And he said, if you ever tell anybody what I've done, he said, I know where this body is. And he said, I'll tell the police. It's your fingerprints on this pistol. And he says, they'll arrest you. They'll put you in prison. But I remember being at a morgue, again, wrapped to a chair and watching them dismember a corpse and then watching them burn it. And I've dealt with thousands of demons now, thousands, easily. I've had demons speak to me through people. Had one just start saying, I will effing kill you. I will murder you. I'm like, shut up. No, you won't. You're being judged right now. Stop using this man's voice. Over 100 missions complete. With trauma care or help, over 45,000 women and children.
Gene, because of our access and our relationships with the Special Operations community and the IDF, they took us in the places no one could go. And they showed us things that Hamas and many Palestinians would say is just propaganda or a lie.
Yeah. I let him hold a grenade for his birthday. This guy's trying to kill me. If he comes out of the trailer and he takes that corner, I'm going to kill him. Please prepare yourself. And I remember her going, what? They diagnosed me with bipolar 2, ultra-rapid cycler, and put me on a lot of meds. There wasn't any help or hope beyond that. I was just spinning. Suicidal, homicidal. On the medications, I was suicidal and probably more homicidal.
Now, I would be remiss if I didn't also add that Victor Marx is very much involved in human trafficking, charity all around the world, because all of Erica Kirk's dearest friends are, as I've mentioned on this show. It just seems to be one of the running themes. Anyway, as you know, we hosted Corby Hall, who claimed that Victor Marx was doing some deals or attempting to do some deals on behalf of the IDF. He never said those deals were illegal, just that he declined to participate in them, trying to buy 50,000 guns for the IDF. We'll ask Victor Marx about that. Now, Victor Marx's relationship with the IDF is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact. As you just heard him speak about it, we have also confirmed that Victor Marx conducts this quote unquote retooling prayer where he claims that he is able to summon demons into a room, out of a person's body, on more than just Corby Hall and his wife, on other people as well. In fact, I am told that he was once conducting such prayers at the Turning Point USA headquarter office. So that's an interesting thing. And this is odd because Victor Marx is not a pastor, actually. He has claimed to be a pastor throughout the years, according to many people. Proof of that exists on his own website, by the way, that it used to say that he was a husband, a father, a U.S. Marine, a pastor, but that has since been quietly removed. Now, Corby Hall, you should know, is one of many people who have accused Victor Marx of abuse. Now, when these allegations tend to arrive, Victor Marx always rebuts them with the same line. The person making the allegations is troubled, that he was just trying to help them or rescue them from themselves. Corby Hall, he has said, has mental issues. There are other people outside of Corby Hall. For example, a young woman named Holly Chalmers accused him of kidnapping her across state lines and of exploiting her. Victor Marx claims that he was actually rescuing her from her pedophile boyfriend. This is what she had to say in her own words. Take a listen.
What do you want our listeners to know about Victor Marx, the man that you believe that he is, and the experience that you had with him?
I believe that he's a trafficker himself.
That's interesting, because that's a question we've been asking on this show. All of these trafficking charities, what are they involved in themselves? I don't know. Anyway, Victor Marx's own son wrote a letter to the board on a company that Victor was a part of, accusing his father of abusing both him and his sister. Victor Marx's daughter made multiple social media posts confirming that he was in fact an abusive father, despite her not having wanted the information to be publicized in the first place. Here's a sample of what she wrote on social media. She wrote, on April 26th of this year, a letter was sent to my dad's board sharing detailed events, revealing that I experienced abuse at the hands of my father for many years and that there needed to be accountability and financial restitution was being recommended. I had no idea about this letter, and I would even do a lie detector test to prove that. There was zero intention of the letter and the private matters to be made public. That was even stated in the letter. My parents did not handle this letter well and immediately requested the requests in the letter to be retracted, or there would be quote unquote consequences. My dad's CEO reached out to me after my father's request for this to be retracted, offering me $55,000 as essentially be quiet money. I declined the offer and requested that we all do intense family therapy and intervention. Now, to be clear, she eventually is going to recant many of these allegations, but her friends privately emailed this show and asserted that no, she was telling the truth about her father and her upbringing, and that it was only due to financial pressure and control that Victor Marx allegedly holds over her life in the wake of her divorce from her husband, that she is singing a different tune publicly. I cannot confirm that. We're not speaking to his daughter today. We're speaking to Victor Marx. We can only confirm that abuse allegations tend to follow Victor Marx both at home and abroad. Now, we have also been contacted, I should say, by family members of Victor Marx himself, who claim that his entire backstory of stuff he is saying about his stepfather simply is not true. He was not forced to kill anybody, that there are no bodies in the backyards of their farms, and that his stepfather, Glois, was indeed a crazy man, but he did not abuse those kids. Fortunately, like I said, we will be joined by Victor Marx himself when we get back from break. All right, you guys, some moments change everything. And for a woman.
Okay, so Oh, here you go. Right. Dog. All right. That just took a little longer than I thought. All right. Let's go. All right. Candace has already poisoned the well pretty bad about Victor Marx. I mean, he got a crazy story, I'm sure. It's pretty crazy.
All right,
but
you guys.
I don't take it for granted that it's Candace that's telling the story about this person. I don't know much about Victor Marx more than what she's told me. I'm just going to take it with a grain of salt because I need to hear more from Victor Marx and some other corroborating evidence. I don't take anything Candace says for truth. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's go.
Guys, let's bring in Victor Marx. Victor Marx, welcome to the Candace Show. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Candace.
And thank you for joining me. I'm sorry that I missed your message that came back to me on, I think it was April 22nd. I know we were pinging over Instagram, but I'm glad that you could join us today. I'd like to guide this conversation sort of in order, meaning starting a little bit with your background. I think I have a lot of questions about some of the stories that you've shared. And I was able to speak to some of your family members, and they seem to have some questions about some of the biographical items that you share. So just beginning with, I think, sort of the inflection points, this story about beheading a cat and wearing its head at the age of 3. I mean, it's not an easy thing to behead a cat. I have a lot of toddlers. Do you stand by that?
Well, let's start with, I think, what's most relevant right now are the latest accusations by your last guest, Corby, which is, I think, what brought us together on this whole issue. In what we're going to discuss and the time I'm giving you freely to talk about some things, are you willing to admit when you're wrong or you've been misguided?
So, Victor, just so you know, you're on my show. I'm not on yours. So I'm going to guide the conversation. I said I'm happy to speak about Corby. There are broader concerns, actually, the way that my highest interest in you is obviously as it relates to Charlie Kirk and your involvement with Turning Point USA.
I realize that.
Yeah,
Somebody,
and
you're
right.
Somebody needs to insert the meme from the movie. Was it Captain Phillips? I am the captain now. Mark said, "Look, I'm running the show now. This is my show. This is my show. I am the host." He is not playing with her. He said, "Look, this is my show. I'm running the show. This is the Von Marx show. I'm running the show. I'm writing the checks."
About Corby, but you're this isn't your stage. So respectfully, you are running for governor. So I think your biography is important. Obviously, the Corby Hall stuff is important. And if something is wrong, we're happy to correct it. We did invite you to come on the show with Corby, which we asked you to do because that made the most sense, because you guys could rebut each other face to face. You declined to do that. So Corby had the stage for himself, and I could not offer a rebuttal because I wasn't there for the conversations.
Right.
So the answer is yes. But I want to start with your biographical items. Do you stand by that story, that inflection point?
Candace, we have to start with what brought me here, which is Corby. And I clearly communicated to you and your staff, do not have him on, do your research because he's unstable. And the very person that platformed him for you, Corey, has filled out a statement both with local authorities and FBI that he is homicidal, and he told her and her husband that he had plans to kill me. And she felt responsible for it being fueled. And your name was brought up as he's aggravated, something about he didn't get what he wanted out of your show. But I need you to at least acknowledge, did Corey contact y'all, not Corby, but did Corey contact y'all with the concerns of not platforming Corby again?
Well, you brought up a homicidal. That's actually something that you said in the clip that we just showed, that you yourself have had homicidal thoughts. Do you still have homicidal thoughts? Or was that a period in your life?
That was a long time ago, and I'm thankful I didn't. But currently, this gentleman is being sought by the FBI and El Paso County Sheriff Department, who admitted to Corey, the individual who platformed him on your show, that he was struggling with homicidal thoughts, and he gave detailed plans on how he was going to lay in wait to kill me. Are you?
Well, that's not
and your
anything
staff
that we have heard on
familiar?
this show. So like I said, we can't rebut on that. We received only a message from Corey that she got a phone call from the FBI and that they were investigating you for gun running. Did she inform you of this? I don't know. I would really like to go back to the biographical items, though, of your life. I don't want to get into your background investigations. I was not contacted by the FBI. I can't verify it. And as I said, we can discuss Corby's allegations. But I would like to begin with just the cat. Did you behead the cat at the age of 3? Do you stand by that story?
Put the
Did
cat
your
in the
team
emoji.
view social media, as y'all are a quasi-investigative team by all your allegations? Did you see Corey's public statement about what happened and how this is very serious? They cannot locate this individual you platformed, Corby Hall, and both his wife.
Victor, I just have to rebut you here and say that I don't necessarily trust what you are saying, given the fact that you don't want to answer just basic biological questions. And after having spoken with your family members who say that it's largely made up, I have no reason to believe anything that you're saying right now. So I'd like to just kind of focus on your character. We can talk about Corby. I have nothing to do with any pending investigations. I have not been.
The fact that the irony of her saying she can't trust somebody is crazy work. That's some intergalactic crazy work that she all of a sudden now has a standard that she holds in order to believe somebody. That's crazy.
Contacted by law enforcement. So I'm not interested in having a discussion about information that I don't have.
Candace, you seem to be a little afraid of truth. And what I once thought was a solid show years ago, you've turned this into a TMZ, and worse than TMZ, it's like a Timu version of it.
Put Timu in the chat. Like, she is mad about Timu. She does not like. We might need to start calling it the Timu show. Timu TMZ. That is crazy work.
Asking you, did your staff not see the statement that Corey Kennedy posted online? We're talking about a homicidal individual who has threatened to kill me, and your name was brought up in this?
I have answered your question. I have not seen it, so I cannot have a conversation with you about that. What I can have a conversation with you about is the statements that you have publicly made since you are joining the show, and I would like to focus on your biographical items because, as I said, I've spoken with your family in Martinville, and they claim that your stories are fantastical. So I'm just asking you, and we can then get into some questions about the alleged gun sales that you were trying to conduct with Corby, which is what we discussed on the show and which we have seen evidence for. I cannot speak to you about a report that I have not seen that you claim is happening. And I would like to just kind of get you focused here because you're running for governor. And I don't think that Corby Hall is going to be your number one issue.
Thank you.
Do you
Corby
have anything?
is my number one issue right now.
This is your number one issue for the state of Colorado?
Corby is the number one issue right now, who's homicidal and admitted he wanted to kill me and how he was going to do it. That's why authorities are looking for him.
Well, I would just like to say to people that are watching this, I cannot confirm anything that Victor Marx is saying. I have not said it. I think he is using my platform to potentially spin some tales. The only thing that I heard was that there was an FBI investigation that was looking into you for guns, and that's all I've heard, and I'm not interested in that. I would like to now, since you have the stage, focus on you as a gubernatorial candidate and your background. And so if I could go back to that yes or no question, do you stand by this story that you beheaded a cat at the age of 3?
Of course I do. But we're happy to give you the FBI's agent's name who is in charge of the investigation and moved it here. Regarding my Marine Corps time, this is one of the most flagrant misnomers that you have that really made us go, I don't think they're very professional in their investigations. You claimed without a doubt that I only served 2 years in the Marine Corps. Do you stand by that?
That was what we could find. I'm happy to edit that if you'd like to give us an updated answer.
Well,
was it 2 years?
So much edit. It was 3 years, and it was on the DD-214. So you spread misinformation with great confidence and said, what was he doing? Which shows the lack of professionalism that y'all can't even read a DD-214. So, you know what? I'd appreciate an apology from you on misrepresenting my service to the United States when I served in the Marine Corps. will you offer me an apology for that?
I think this was just sort of a clerical error that could just have been
It's not
resolved
clerical.
right here. Like I said, you could come on the show and we could talk about your biography. So
We're on the show. Now
I don't
you know
think
the
you're
truth.
owed some emotional apology. It was
It's
just,
not
you
emotional.
thought it was 2 years. You're
You
saying it's 3.
misrepresented my Marine Corps time. I would appreciate an apology.
I'm not going to apologize to you for that. I think
Thank
you're being
you.
a little bit over the top. We reported to.
Believe
we
me,
stand
veterans
corrected.
around the country would stand with me. Veterans don't like to be misrepresented. And you are misrepresenting my time and service in the Marine Corps. And you won't offer an
we
apology.
are happy to update the record.
entire
You heard him
veteran
here.
community will take note of that. Thank you.
No problem. We're just happy to correct the error that we made. We said 2 years, and he says it's 3.
My
That's not a big
DD
deal.
214 says 3 years, and it is a big deal, Candace. Don't minimize my military service.
Okay, I was not minimizing it. I legitimately thought it was 2, and we stand corrected.
Then offer an
and
apology.
Then just say you were
I'm not
wrong.
going to apologize to you, Victor. I sense that you are quite arrogant and you're used to being in control
goodness
of
gracious.
people
I'm not
and getting them to
arrogant
do
or
things
used
for
to be.
you.
I am a truth
I'm
seeker.
just not that. I'm not that
And
individual.
For someone who is just lambasted innocent people as an internet bully, you're not used to someone come on the show holding your feet to the fire.
Ooh, come
my
on,
feet
Victor.
don't feel like they're held to the fire at all. I think you're kind of representing yourself as a little
You
all
stay
over
in
the
the fire,
place and
that's
unable
why.
to just present
Not
your
at all. I'm
biographical
very-
items as I'm giving you the opportunity to do. I'm
I'm
asking
just
questions.
correcting you so that we can have an honest conversation and it's not another TMZ approach.
Okay,
Get
you've
it.
done that cool line twice. Timu, TMZ. I see you had that
Yeah,
ready to
it
go in the
made
chamber.
sense.
Let's move on. Let's talk about your. Talk
don't
about
like
your stepfather. You
Mm-hmm.
also claimed that you killed a man at the age of 7 because he instructed you to do that and buried him in the backyard. Your family disputes that neighborhood. They also noted that there are no news stories that would even back up that a man was missing. It's quite a rural community. Martinville, Mississippi. If someone went missing, that might have been noticed.
What was the name of
Can
the
you give us
town?
the name of the person that you said that you walked in and told the police that you murdered however many years ago because your father forced you to?
What was the name of the town? You just
Okay, I'm going to say this real quick. I don't know what this man is dealing with. I don't know anything about Victor Marx. I do believe, however, that he is doing exactly what Candace does to everybody else. And she's not happy about it. You see this face right here? She's mad. And I'm pretty sure, because this thing goes on for an hour and a half. So she went 30 extra minutes in her normal show. She was probably livid. I'm pretty sure she was really fit to be tied because he is giving her that work. All right, let's keep it going. Victor, shout out to Victor Marx.
That was
Is this
rural?
Martinville, Mississippi?
No, it's not.
Where did you didn't grow up in Martinville, Mississippi?
No, I did not.
Where did you grow up?
None of your business.
I think you could at least find that out from reading my book or watching our documentary.
Would you like to are you familiar with Mississippi at all?
Of course
I
I
want you to
am.
tell me.
Okay, am I getting the name of the town wrong? Do you want to just tell us as opposed to trying to do a dunking on where in Mississippi did you grow up?
Ma'am, you're accusing me of that I'm not telling the truth on things.
No, I'm
And
just saying that you
and
said
your
you murdered a
team
man. So if
can't-
you could tell us what town that was in, that'd be helpful.
It's in interviews I've done. It's in our documentary. And I'm telling you, if you can at least get the town that I'm in, how can we trust you with more information that you're
I
bringing
think the bigger
against
thing
me?
is the homicide that was committed. So we can scrap about the town later if you don't want to say it. Are you saying you murdered a man anywhere in the 50 states? Can you give us the name of the man that you were forced to murder?
I didn't know who he was.
You didn't know who he was. Okay, and you walked into a police station with this information and were told it doesn't matter anymore. Is that correct?
Is that your assumption that I walked into a police station? Where did you hear that?
That you confessed to, well, the reason why we know this information at all is because you've shared it publicly and said
Correct.
that.
What did I say?
Okay, so why don't you reshare the story and what's happened with that story since?
Well, why don't you present it accurately so I don't
The whole
have
point
to
of me
keep
having you on
correcting
the show and giving you the platform is not so that you can quiz me on your background, but rather so that you could just answer the questions and share the story in its correct context with the right city. So you don't have to worry about misinformation because you have a platform right now. Go ahead.
Well, Candace, I have a platform without you. We have 4 million followers. And listen, I've been on much bigger programs than yours. I don't need yours to clarify what we're doing. But what you're doing is making slanderous accusations that are incorrect at the very basic level. So, no, I did not walk into a police station. I called the sheriff department and made the claim many years later. Does that help? I'm doing
that
y'all's
certainly
job for
does
you.
help. Thank you for being
Okay.
able to just answer something and doing a quick fix there. Not everything has to take 5 minutes. You called the sheriff's department rather than walked into it. Thank you so much.
Correct. You're
and
welcome.
what happened after that, Victor?
Well, let me ask you this before I go on. Have you ever been abused as a kid?
Have I ever? Are you asking me if I've ever beheaded a cat?
No, I'm asking you, have you ever suffered physical or sexual abuse as a kid?
Woman?
I would say that it would be a little bit more extreme if you say that you murdered someone. Like that's extreme abuse versus people.
But that's not correct. But that's not what I asked you. I asked you personally, have you ever been physically or sexually abused as a kid?
I have not been. I have not suffered any sexual abuse.
I am happy you have not. Now, what we're entering into now, we must be very careful. Because who I represent are millions of both kids and adults who've suffered abuse. And in no way do I want to make minimum of this or make it some type of ratings for you. I've shared my story as an adult regarding my childhood and the abuse that I suffered from 3 to 7 years old.
Yes, what I'm telling you is that your family members dispute it. So it's not about a TV moment. It's about me having spoken to your family members who say that this never happened. So that is of interest, obviously, because you are
not really.
You want to be the governor of Colorado. So figuring out whether or not you tell fantastical stories or whether or not you're able to tell the truth is kind of important for voters, I would say. And I'm inclined to think that you tell some whoppers because trying to make it emotional and say, well, have you ever suffered sexual abuse? We're talking about a homicide, okay? So I don't know that there are many people who can say that I had to kill someone or behead a cat when I was 7 years old and bury the body in the backyard. That feels like an extreme example. Lots of abuse takes place. Sexual abuse takes place. I've heard many of these stories. I would like to, this is actually very important. If this is an unsolved crime, you don't know who this man is. Where did this, I'd like you to just tell a little bit more about what the sheriff said to you when you called and said that you buried him in your backyard.
It's interesting, though, that you're claiming my family members from Martinville, Louisiana,
running this
claim this
interview.
never happened. I'm 6 years old, and never once has my family refuted any of this. As a matter of fact, my sister was on my documentary film, The Victor Marx Story, which folks can watch. It's a documentary on YouTube, and she actually completely solidifies the abuse because she went through it. So did other family members. So I'm not sure who you're talking to, and if
are you referring to
validated,
Charmaine?
I am not. I'm talking
Which sister
about
are you referring to?
Debbie.
Okay.
My older sister.
I did not speak with Debbie. So
There you go.
Charmaine, if you spoke with Charmaine, she is my half sister, who is the daughter of the abuser, Gloris Dean Kennedy. And I've tried to protect her because she has children. I've tried to protect the family that still carries Kennedy's name out of just, I think, caring for people. And my sister has struggled in her life with things including, a fiance who committed suicide. And it's sad that so much of our problems stem from horrible abuse from her blood biological father. So I'm sorry about that.
But also somebody could be missing a relative that got murdered. So I do think it is relative, like to you running for governor, to know why a sheriff, as you tell it, would decline to look into the matter if someone was killed and buried in your backyard.
Right. Right here at our Leadership Training Center, we've got members from ICAC, we've got Attorney General folks, we've got investigators, we've got analysts and detectives that come here to our training center for a retreat. We bring people in. I work by through and with law enforcement. I have MOUs with them. I work to become the man that I wish someone had been when I was a kid to protect me. What I'm saying, and when we talk about kids suffering abuse, or in my case, abuse, and then forced to shoot someone, yes, I was older in life before I went to the police because it's a horrific thing to deal with. The reason why, it is a cold case. It was 40 years old. We don't know where the house is. We don't know where he was buried. We don't know who the victim was. And my father, it was my stepfather at the time, he was put in prison for unrelated charges to murder, but it was, sadly, drug use and bringing it in. But there's a cold case. They could not find anything. At least I went to them to clear my conscience because I suffered for years thinking that I'd killed a person.
So you don't know where the house is, you said, right?
No, that's what he said. No, I was brought there at night. I was 7 years old, and I was forced to lie in the back of a car. And
do you know which city it was in, just out of curiosity?
There were two towns or sister towns, Mendenhall and McGee. It was in one of those, in Simpson County, Mississippi. Feel free to contact the sheriff's department.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to know about this, like who authorized you to be able to summon demons or exorcise demons? You told many stories about confronting demons, demanding to know what their names are. Where did you receive that sort of training? Because you don't say you're a pastor now.
Right.
Is that right?
I was in ministry, and I tried being a pastor, but I wasn't called to it. I was called more to be, I would say, a unique evangelist that helped people around the world. Now, as we step into this realm of spiritual warfare, I have to ask you, just for clarity, so I know how to communicate it best to you, are you a Christian or a believer in Christ?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Do you believe the Bible to be the inherent word of God?
I just to cut through what I think you're perhaps getting at. I think you and I would probably have different faith beliefs if that's what you are interested in.
Oh my gosh.
Which is fine.
I think that is it fair to assume that evangelical Calvary Chapel, are you evangelical? Is that correct?
I am a born-again believer in Christ.
Okay.
Y'all, I don't know who told me to watch this, but y'all are the MVPs of the night. I don't know who it is. Matter of fact, type MVP in the chat. All of y'all are the MVPs. Victor Marx is my hero. Y'all are the MVP. Y'all are Marx Victor people. Y'all are MVP. Whoever told me watch this, you are the real MVP. I don't know if it's LeBron or MJ. Y'all are the real MVPs. My goodness, in the morning. I knew where he was going. Oh, I like this guy. Woo. I'm not even one of them. I'm not even one of the cast demon out kind of people, but my goodness, in the morning, I like Victor. This is crazy. Ooh, I'm gonna have to back up a little smidge. You know how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it just a little bit. I'm gonna back up a little bit because I want to see her face again. Woo, y'all are the real MVPs.
You told many stories about confronting demons, demanding to know what their names are. Where did you receive that sort of training? Because you don't say you're a pastor now.
Right.
Is that right?
I was in ministry, and I tried being a pastor, but I wasn't called to it. I was called more to be, I would say, a unique evangelist that helped people around the world. Now, as we step into this realm of spiritual warfare, I have to ask you, just for clarity, so I know how to communicate it best to you, are you a Christian or a believer in Christ?
Ooh,
Yes.
come on.
Do you believe the Bible to be the inherent word of God?
I just to cut through what I think you're perhaps getting at. I think you and I would probably have different faith beliefs if that's what you are interested in.
Which is fine.
I think that is it fair to assume that evangelical Calvary Chapel, are you evangelical? Is that correct?
I am a born-again believer in Christ.
I love it.
Okay. So I'm Catholic. So the idea of you not being a priest and being able to exorcise demons is something that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
So I would just like to know who sort of granted you that authority. When did you start doing that?
Yeah, well, you believe in good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you believe that demons actually exist?
Of course.
Because they ain't her.
For us, and what I've studied in the Word and over the years, is demons' main focus is to attack a human's mind through lies. The Bible says that Satan is the father of lies. And that's what often compels and then drives people to do things they probably would never do otherwise. I was very interested in this as a new believer in the Marine Corps to find out, why are people so evil? Why did such horrible things happen to me as a kid? And the only way that I got a solid worldview is to understand good and evil exist. And that is why Christ came to earth. And then that through his word and what he said in his death on the cross, we could be born again. We could be set free from our old nature. We're made perfect before God, but we still have to live our life out. And it's not in perfection. But he gave us all authority. He said, I give you authority to trample serpents, to cast out demons. And I actually believe it. So what really put me in that place was I think my introduction to helping kids who are in youth prisons who struggled tremendously. Oftentimes kids who had killed, murdered, raped, tortured people. I dealt with some of the most severe cases. And why God put me there, I don't know. He just gave me a love for them to bring them hope. And it was there that many of them asked for prayer. And when I prayed for them, they would often manifest demonic influence or oppression. And the Lord taught me how to pray with authority. I go into detail about it. There's a film that we made that clearly communicates what we believe our position is in Christ, our authority is in Christ, and how to set people free. And probably the difference between me and maybe others that, have done stuff is we don't charge people to set them free. We do this out of love. There's no financial benefit for it, especially kids who are incarcerated. But I have over 6,000 letters here in our headquarters of kids that we've written and we've corresponded back and forth that really were helped in this. So while I believe in the power of Christ and the Word of God, and I appreciate the Catholic Church and their hierarchy of who can and can't, pray for and do exorcisms, I didn't have access to that. And I started dealing with a lot of people, and I have over the years. You bring up Corby and his wife, Melody. If you talk to her, she says me praying for her, which didn't take long. We're talking 10, 15 minutes is the average time of prayer. It's not dramatic. Nobody's hurt. There's not manifestation. It's just using the power of Christ, praying for someone, and we love and care for them because that's what Christ does.
But you do say that you can command the demons, then that you.
That was almost 3 minutes. That was almost 3 whole minutes of her sitting there squirming, allowing him to talk. That's crazy. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Yo, this is crazy.
Can speak to the demons and ask the demons what their names are and things of that nature.
Absolutely.
So you believe you can do that?
I believe
he can do it right now with you.
What Christ did and said we would do also. He was the one that spoke directly to demons, told them where to go. He's the one that asked them their names.
Yeah, he's Christ. Yeah.
Yeah. And he said, my followers would be able to even do more than me. So I'll tell you, I just believe it. And we've seen it with thousands of people. And again, there's a film we encourage people to watch. They can watch it for free. It's The Unseen War. And churches use that. People of all faiths use that to understand that there actually really is power. And I've prayed for people who are believers, non-believers, Muslims. It doesn't matter. Humanity is under assault
I'm happy
and attack.
to accept that that's your philosophy, but you also believe that you can command angels.
I believe that angels are assigned to us and that we can, by the authority of Christ, command angels to help us and whatever.
Okay, I don't believe that you can command angels. I don't believe that we're supposed to talk to demons. But I'm not going to argue and split hairs with Victor Marx or anybody else. My only issue is her face and her, you can see it. You can almost feel all the internal twisting and knot tying that's going on inside of her. You believe you can do this. Ma'am, you believe that Charlie Kirk talks to you in your dreams. Like, make that make sense. Where'd you get the authority to Charlie Kirk to talk to you in his dreams? How about that? This is some crazy work, y'all. Shout out. Put MVP in the chat because he's crushing it.
What we're doing. I do believe that.
In interims, you do this like prayer circle, and you don't feel
Candace?
weird about doing that, of having people, bend down in front of you and say that you're commanding demons, tell you their names. That feels.
Yeah. Nobody bends down in front of me. No one even has to close their eyes when we pray. We record every session on audio or video so that they can have it, so there's no miscommunication. And I don't know, you have to look at the fruit of what happens of people being set free, like Corby's wife, Melody. She said she had struggled with thoughts in her mind, negativeness, since she was 6. And when I prayed for her, she said she was set free. It saved her life. So I don't know how that could be so wrong.
I could think of a lot of ways that it could be wrong, but I don't want to debate your theology. I just want you to have the opportunity to explain it, which I think you did. I do want to move on now to getting into some Turning Point USA stuff. So I had heard from Turning Point USA people that you also were doing prayers at the headquarters. Like, you had a room where you would conduct some prayers. Is that correct?
I definitely prayed for a couple of people there. Yeah, sure, including Charlie.
Did you pray over Charlie and Erica Kirk in one of these prayers?
I prayed for Charlie. Yes, I did. He asked me to.
And did you do this sort of a retooling angels, demons sort of prayer over him and Erica?
Just Charlie. He asked me to.
Okay. And they gave you an office to do this. Is that right?
I prayed for him in his office.
And also other people at Turning Point USA outside of Charlie?
I think there were 3 other people that I prayed for that asked for that. Yeah.
Okay. How did you meet Charlie and or Erica?
I was speaking at an event at a small Hispanic church in California, and Charlie was scheduled to speak, and the pastor asked me last minute to speak. I did, and it was before Charlie. He was a little aggravated that there was another speaker before him because it was a Sunday morning, and I knew about Charlie but never met him. And after I spoke, he spoke, and then we met back in a little makeshift green room. And he says, I've never heard of you, but I'm absolutely encouraged to hear your testimony and what God's done in your life. And he wanted me to have his number and stay connected, so we did. That's how it started.
And was that when he was already married to Erica, or was that a little bit before?
Yes, he was already married to Erica.
Did you meet them both at the same time or met her a bit later?
No, she was there.
Okay, somebody at Turning Point also conveyed to me, and again, this could be inaccurate, which is why I'm asking you, that there was this falling out period, that you and Charlie did have a little bit of a falling out. Is that correct?
No.
You never had a falling out with Charlie?
No.
Okay.
No.
That might have been, they might have had the wrong information.
Well, and I heard or saw that you said he unfollowed me, or we unfollowed each other. Somebody asked me that in another interview. I made them open up their phone, go to Instagram, go on Charlie's and see if he was following me. You can do it right now. He still follows me.
No, they said it was a period. It was the person had said it was a period. They weren't saying that it was forever. I was just figuring I'd ask you about that.
Yeah. No,
Okay,
we
so
never
that's
had a
just
falling
inaccurate.
out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously a big question that we have had is you were first to post a video that was later on removed saying that Charlie had passed. And
so real quick, I'm just want to point out something that she's pointing out. Victor would be very smart to say, can you show me that you were still following Charlie? Now that might have been, or that Charlie was following you. That would have been a good pushback. She's upset. She is definitely irritated, unequivocally. I'm still just in awe that she was quiet for almost 3 minutes while he shared the gospel, shared his understanding of the Christian faith, very clear and concise. That was amazing. I can't believe she actually sat quiet for that. But Victor's kind of calmed down some because he was really combative in the beginning. So he's answering her questions. I would have absolutely said, can you show me that you were still following Charlie Kirk, or that Charlie Kirk was following you? That's what I need to know. All right, shout out. Let's go. This is great.
This video was about an hour and 20 minutes before the president's announcement. It would have been to the minute about the time that his family found out that he had passed away, or the people that were at the hospital have found out that he had passed away.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
can you explain how you found that out and why you chose to remove the video?
Well, yeah, I'm first interested to find out why y'all think I was the first or one of the first, to do that. Because, I mean, a rough estimate, there's between 1 to 3 million pieces of social media content that are produced every second worldwide. And, my team looked it up. If there's 180 million posts per minute, and let's just say the first 30 minutes, we're talking 5.4 billion posts in 30 minutes. How could y'all narrow it down? What type of technology could y'all do to narrow it down that I was one of the first ones to post that he had passed?
Let's put it in a context that's easier. The first person in Charlie's orbit that announced this information. And when we put it down to the minute, it was when Erica found out that Charlie had passed away. So I was wondering how that was.
Okay. I had someone text me, and he said, my son is at Charlie's event, and Charlie was just shot, and it doesn't look good. We went on it. I watched Charlie being shot one time, and my team, many who are former special operations guys and combat medics, lots of experience, they viewed it multiple times because I wouldn't, and they said Charlie wouldn't live from that, and I knew it. I knew the only time I saw it, I knew there's no way he could have survived that. And when I made a post and said, Charlie's passed. Of course, I know Frank Turret. I know the security teams. I put it up, and then I didn't see anybody else posting it. I thought it was premature, and I pulled it down because it just felt wrong that I would post it. But I wanted people to pray. And then I contacted Erica through a text and told her. I just told her, nobody's going to kill you. You're safe. You and the kids. No one's coming after you. They just wanted Charlie. And I was just trying to reassure her. Because
you declared he was dead on the basis of people saying it didn't look good.
That's fair.
On the basis of people, myself included, who've held dead and dying men from combat in horrible situations. And anybody who saw the killing and has that experience, we knew he was dead instantly.
Okay, I'm going to stop for a second. And again, I'm not mad at Victor Marx. Victor Marx has been holding her feet to the fire. So what? He jumped and said that he was that Charlie Kirk passed away. The person that called me the day that Charlie Kirk died said they killed Charlie Kirk. Well before all that, he just said they shot him and Charlie Kirk is dead. That's what he said to me. I was hoping against hope that it wasn't true, but he had already said it. I mean, he just said it from the word go. I didn't think that he did anything. He had any part in it. I'm not going to hold his feet like, hey man, why did you say that? Why did you tell me that? It was only 45 minutes and 32 seconds. I'm not going to do that. But see, Candace is retarded. And that's what I'm saying. This is what Candace is a fool though. All right. But shout out to Victor Marx, man. He's holding her feet. He holding her together.
I struggle with that one a little bit. I think that's quite audacious for someone to, because you did make a post initially saying he had been shot, pray for him, and then you did a follow-up and then said, Charlie has passed on and said pray for Erica. So it just seems like there was some information in the corridor there that led you to that conclusion.
The information. That's it.
And also in terms of the people who did post early on, I believe Jack Hibbs, Amir Safari, I think I'm saying his last name probably incorrectly.
That's
definitely
correct.
all a part of that same sort of turning point faith orbit of pastors. And Jack Hibbs took down a video saying that actually there was an Israel channel that reported it first and had the information before anybody else.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. So I was wondering if you were
So one of the
perhaps
things,
sharing
something else that Candace doesn't like that people who profess to be Christian or persons of faith, Christian adjacent, will generally reach out and say, hey, I mean, how many of you all have text messages with your, your Bible study group or your Sunday school group or your diaconate or whatever that you send like, hey, pray for this person. Pray for this person. They just had an issue. Go on. She doesn't appreciate, because she's mentioned before that she really doesn't have any friends. All her friends are in the church, and they don't do this. They don't believe in like praying for people apart from the church, the church structure. So the idea of us sending out a text message saying, hey, Jim Bob just stubbed his toe, let's pray for Jim Bob, like that's foreign to her. She doesn't understand it because she doesn't do it. It's foreign, the idea like people would actually pray for somebody before they know the fullness of it, right? I just said pray for Jim Bob, he stubbed his toe. Come to find out Jim Bob stuck his toe in the lawnmower. It's even worse than what I thought, right? But even more than that, like she doesn't fully understand that Christians pray for people without even knowing the fullness of what's going on. And they might say, hey, pray for Jim Bob, he just stuck his whole foot in the lawnmower. Come find out he just, stepped on a Lego. But we're still praying. Like she doesn't fully understand it. Like you have to, in Candace's mind, in the retardedness of her mind, you have to know the fullness of it, or you have to be held to what you initially believed. Like, oh, I believe that Jim Bob stuck his whole foot in the lawnmower. Well, then therefore that's it. You're locked in that place. Even though later on we found out that Jim Bob really just stepped on a Lego or vice versa. It doesn't matter. Like she doesn't because she doesn't believe in prayer. That's just it. She doesn't believe in actually praying for people and wanting to see God move and God knowing exactly what's going on. So, I'm praying for Jim Bob, Lord. You know what's going on with Jim Bob. Now, whether it be the lawnmower or the Lego, that's irrelevant. God knows. She doesn't fully understand that because she's not a Christian. That's it. Okay, just had to get that off my chest.
Information, but you're saying you just did that by yourself, no information.
Well, the first post I made was to ask for prayer. And I knew, just my gut level from watching it, he's not going to make it. And then, but we believe in prayer. And if nothing else, it's going to be for those who are with him, those who secondary trauma effects of you're supposed to be guarding someone and he's killed. Next, Eric and the kids, the first one we went to. That's why I texted her and said, you're safe. Mm-hmm. They're not going to come for you, because how terrifying to know someone's just murdered, assassinated your husband. And when I posted the second time, that it had been a little time, and I just kind of spoke from my heart regarding it. But what I don't understand is why the inquisition on that from you?
Well, because we just wanted to know where the information came from. Obviously, if we're looking into everything that happened that day, we're going to look at who was the first to announce that Charlie died. And you were very early, and you removed it also. So it was an interesting item that people obviously have questions about. Yeah. Okay. And then you were among the first.
I'm going to add one of the last things. I'm going to let this keep going. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to keep stopping. Something else that Candace does is she impugns her thoughts on everybody else. She says, people have this question. I don't think anybody in this chat cared anything than what she's talking about. This is you, Candace. It's you. You are the people. Stop lying. It ain't got nothing to do with anybody else. It is you. Nobody else cares about it. I was not thinking that, because I'm not sitting there thinking, oh man, there's some inside intel. This is such a retarded thought process that somebody would do this and be so reckless as to be the first person out the gate to acknowledge it and then delete it and then try to take it down. That's just dumb. But see, that shows how that just shows how smooth brain Candace is. Let's go.
To post, obviously you and your wife, actually, maybe it was actually just you in the first 2 days that went to Erica and Charlie's place to provide her some comfort. So you were quite close to Erica.
We brought our
She don't like Erica. She gonna keep bringing Erica
immediately to help give relief for the first security team, who I knew when I was in contact with, and they were suffering trauma and exhaustion. They didn't have a secondary. So yeah, we went there. Of course, my bride was with
Why
me.
does that matter?
Her and Erica are very, very close. And we were just standing by to bring comfort or help. The number one need they had, and we felt like it, and we were asked to, is to provide security, to give relief. So that's what we did.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, how did Eileen and Erica get so close?
There's a lot of women that, reach out to my bride for mentorship. And Eileen's like perhaps a second mom to Erica.
Oh, Lord, here it comes.
We've been close to them, and they still are. They were texting this week, and Erica reaches out, and we respond,
Candace doesn't have an appreciation for friendships or mentorships or some kind of camaraderies or anything like that. And, again, talking to Tracy, shout out to Tracy Martin. Don't forget the Tracy Martin book giveaway at the end of the month. It seems like they have a very good connection of that. And they seem like they do a good job of older women mentoring younger women and rallying around one another, so on and so forth. This is something that's absolutely foreign to Candace. A relationship that's not a quid pro quo, like I wash your back, you wash mine, anything like that. This is just a relationship where people actually genuinely care for one another that's not transactional. Candace can't wrap her mind around that. Like, look at her face right here. She is not fully understanding, grasping that somebody would want to be Erica's friend without getting something from it, or Erica getting over on her. Like, she can't understand it. Look at her face. She's totally lost. And so I really wish that Victor wasn't even giving this information because it's about his wife. I wouldn't even tell her that. Like, I don't know. They just got friends. I don't know. Call her and ask her. Next. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about that. But he's talking about it is what it is. But she can't wrap her mind around the idea that somebody would want to be Erica's friend apart from some kind of transaction.
Reach out and encourage her. So yeah, they're very close.
Just sort of became close over the years.
Yes.
Okay, great. That just asking you questions. That's
well,
not
actually, okay, I'm gonna stop again. I know, and somebody's gonna tell me you're interrupting too much in the video. You're interrupting too much. Go somewhere else. Go watch the video over there on her channel. I'm gonna interrupt it because that's what I do. The other thing is, Victor doesn't understand that Candace is not a Christian. Victor is not. I think Victor probably thinks that everybody. That he's treating Candace like she has a little, a clique of girlfriends and they hang out and they do Bible study together. He's thinking like that, but that's not what's happening. That's why he's kind of like, why are you asking me this? Because this woman is not a believer, man. That's why. That's what the problem is. Okay.
Oh,
I'm
fine.
Literally trying to understand what the relationship is here, because there are a lot of themes that keep popping up, and one of the things is your involvement in trafficking and charities. A lot of just seems to be like a running theme of a lot of people that are in that orbit. And I wasn't quite clear as to how you were able to involve yourself, I guess, outside of the military. Maybe you could explain this. In Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Haiti, where else actually could I ask you that? Did you ever go into Eastern Europe? I feel like there's always a Eastern Europe bend too.
Yeah, no, not physically. We didn't do physical operations there. But how we got involved into it, my time in the Marine Corps was I served under President Reagan. My wife and I started a ministry, All Things Possible, many, many years ago, a couple of decades. Before that, I worked for Dr. James Dobson as an assistant. And we initially got into this aspect or space of ministry to help kids who were abused and suffered, many who were incarcerated, which was often a pathway for them to follow because of crime and mental health issues. We were invited, first I was invited to go to Burma by Dave Eubank, who I consider kind of the godfather of high-risk missions work. And he raises children in Burma, Thailand, but they did missions work they still do for decades. But it was me going there, experiencing what we did, seeing things at a whole different level. And then I got invited to go to Iraq when ISIS invaded. And the purpose was, and we had an invitation by the Kurdistan government, we had access placement, and an official invitation to go in to help those who had been held captive by ISIS. I brought in partial psychology team, partial security team, because ISIS was everywhere and we needed to provide our own security. We went there the first time in 2015, the early part, and it was a very hot zone.
Too much.
We thought that would be it, Candace. We just thought we'd go in and help. We saw the enormous amount of IDPs, which are displaced persons because of ISIS having to flee cities, and the number of kids. And it was actually through my wife helping a girl who had been held captive. And this girl told Eileen, she said, "You really care about all of our sisters." She was a Yazidi, and she refers to all the girls still being held captive. And she says, yes. And the girl pulled out a phone, gave it to my wife, and said, "This is from ISIS Emir in the house I was held captive. And I hope it helps y'all find more." And actually, she had asked for my wife's, she kept looking at my wife's watch before that. There's a picture of it. It's actually very beautiful. And my wife said, "Do you like my watch?" And she said, "Yes." She goes, "Well, you can have it." And she gave it to her. And that was the first of many times going into the region and many missions to help those. We didn't plan. It wasn't our focus to rescue women and children at all. It was our focus to help those who've been traumatized in these IDP camps, which some had 30,000 people in them. But they were lacking basic necessities. For women and girls, they were lacking what we provided, dignity kits. For personal hygiene, we provided food, we provided water. We started providing surgeries as our donations came in. And never did we take any governmental funding. To this day, we haven't. Everything that we've done has been documented. And I think some people who doubt the authenticity of what we do, they simply have to go to YouTube and watch it. We've documented year
Well, I think
after
some
year.
of the doubt comes from the fact that people were not able to locate any of these, like 45, I think the number you claim is 45,000 kids and women that you've rescued. And 45,000, is that what you told Sean Ryan? 45,000, I think was the number.
Have you ever read or heard me say we've rescued 45,000 women or children?
I think we played the clip. I might be wrong, but 45,000 I think was the number.
Whoa, she said wrong.
Producers, you can remind me, but I think I heard you say 45,000 in a clip.
You have to be very specific.
Yeah, on the Sean Ryan show.
Yeah, it was not rescued nowhere, including the Sean Ryan show. Have I ever declared in writing or verbally that I ever rescued 45,000 women and children? That's absolutely.
You guys think you could pull that clip?
Yeah.
I'm going to have the producers pull. I'm pretty sure you
Okay.
said 45,000.
Yeah, just play the clip in context.
Yeah. Do you
I'm
guys
sure.
want to play that? Is there a way? I'm just trying to see if we can get the producers to pull it, so I don't.
Yeah.
They'll pull that. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure you said 45,000. So are you saying you didn't rescue 45,000 people?
Well, what I'm saying is I've never, me, said or written, or our organization ever declared we rescued 45,000. We've helped. We've provided trauma relief, and some we've definitely rescued because it's part of what we do. Our mission statement for All Things Possible Ministries is to set captives free physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And we stay within the confines of our mission, and we're very successful in what we do, but we document it in a way that if people simply go to our YouTube channel, they can see it. If they go back, they can watch the history of our social media. Nothing
and how
was
many
ever
people?
deleted.
How many people would you say you've rescued? Because maybe we're parsing here. You're saying freed,
Play the
freed
clip.
people, rescued people. How many people would you say that you?
He's using a loosey-goosey term, rescued, I'm sure. But why don't you play the clip? Since you said that you have it, run the clip, Candace. Don't get him to say anything. Just run the clip.
You have rescued, just to get a number from you.
Well, we would never declare the total number of people we've rescued for both security and safety reasons, but we're happy to say that many have been set free and rescued in multiple places from ISIS is where we got the most. I think people started recognizing that because of how high risk it was. My wife and I, the last mission we were on, we rescued. That was a rescue. of a mom who had been held captive 9 years. She was kidnapped as a teenager, had 2 children inside of captivity of ISIS. And we planned a mission for 6 months, executed in 5 days. It's documented, and she's back home with her family. Unfortunately, her dad passed away while she was in captivity. And we never told the family we were going to attempt to rescue because of the hardship it would cause if we weren't able to do it. But Eileen, my bride, was the point person, the first person to meet her when we were doing this. That's documented as well. And we show pictures and videos of the mom and the kids in our safe house inside of Iraq.
I think one of the things that makes people really uncomfortable with a lot of these couples who involve themselves in.
Where's the tape, Candace? If you say that you have it, why don't you run the tape on them and prove them wrong, Candace?
In rescuing and trafficking operations and charity is that we do hear this repeat thing where you say, well, it would compromise their safety if we told you where they went.
Sure.
And that makes
Candace
us have
don't
to
care
trust
about
you,
safety.
right? And
trust
trust that you're
you.
an honest person and that you're an honest dealer and that you're in fact rescuing them and not, maybe holding them in captivity yourself.
Yeah,
and, and so when you get a person like you, who I think, I have some questions about your character. I think that that's fair.
Sure.
And you say that you're in this business and that you do everything. And the people that say you're not that person are all troubled. For example, the young woman that you said you rescued from a pedophile who says another story. And she makes the claim that she believes that you're a part of the trafficking ring. How is it possible for people to be able to prod that narrative if you can always just claim, well, the people that we help need privacy? I mean, that would be a perfect setup for like Jeffrey Epstein, right? I mean, if you just want to traffic people and then say, we can't tell you where these people are because we got to protect their identity and we've got to protect everything about them.
Candace, I think that's not a bad question because there are no doubt, and there's no doubt in my mind that there are organizations that are actually traffickers that pose as counter-trafficking. We've been doing this for, many years. And we work through law enforcement. In other countries, we still work through government agencies. And the best way to prove the authenticity of claims is 2 ways. Or 3 if you want to go all the way. 1 is people who've been on the mission, credible individuals. I have quite a list of operators who've done security work, intelligence gathering part, who either still have or did have the highest level of clearance in the U.S. that worked for the CIA or Joint Task Force or
Don't bring the
Delta.
military in.
This is not something that people winch at. Because we have a history of high credibility and integrity.
So the CIA, I would say, is the biggest trafficking organization in the world. So that's not a vote of confidence, right? So if you say, I did it with the CIA or the IDF, I go, so did Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Right.
So that doesn't, I don't think that like saying I do it for the government doesn't lend credibility.
Well, let me clarify. I don't disagree with your statement. There are very corrupt governments, and I work for none of them. I work around the governments, but I've never been paid by any of them. When I say CIA, I'm talking about former men and women who have worked for the agency and bring a set of skill sets that are trustworthy for us. And the third way would be the actual victims themselves. We just got a video from Southeast Asia. I didn't ask for, but one of our safe houses there, they were so hurt and disgusted by the false allegations against me. And it's only happened since I've entered the political realm, which is a completely different beast. But they made a video and sent it. I couldn't even watch it all because it was victims that we had saved and helped. And they're sending a video to try to prove to the naysayers that, of course, what he's saying is real. And that's on our social media. People can watch that. It's either AI or a bunch of people that are paid. And we've been doing this far too long and with far too much integrity. And if I was doing anything nefarious, believe me, we would have already got in trouble for it, but we're not. The other one is if you just come. If you ever, Candace Owens, if you ever say, I want to go to the Middle East and meet people and see firsthand what you've done. If you'll accept the risk, I'll give you my word that you can be on a team. We'll take you there and we'll introduce you. As long as you sign an NDA and make sure you don't reveal some of our network, because we still do the work. If you want to go to Southeast Asia, well, you can bring a camera crew. We'll introduce you to one of our safe houses and see the work that we do. It's just we've always kept things closer to our vest. We've raised our own support. And the most important thing that has helped us is prayer, because we have been able to do things that people said could never be done. So that's the point I'm making regarding this aspect. Now, regarding Holly, the young lady that you brought up in Canada, you know what? Everything we said about her is true. Everything we did is true. And here's what I would say to people like yourself, and I haven't heard you accuse us of doing anything nefarious. You only repeat what others say. But regarding Holly, this is what I'd say to anybody. Has anyone talked to Holly's mother or her father? If you haven't talked to their mother, her mother or father, then you haven't done the very basics of investigative work. 2, we met with an HSI, human trafficking specialist at the border, who approved us to get through from Canada to the U.S. and gave her temporary status. 3, we brought in law enforcement both here and in Texas where we were keeping her. 4, we documented everything. And 5, the very point couple in Canada that was our, I would say, our agents of hope up there, have video that they just posted yesterday of Holly telling the truth about what we did to help her. And look, I've had those videos, but I've never put them out since they reached out to Holly. And it wasn't Holly that reached out. It was Holly's pedophile who groomed this girl since she was 13, had sex with her at 15. She is sadly, a very damaged individual. They've already had a child. And I'm telling you, the people who have platformed her pedophile on the conservative radio station here, they're going to be held accountable because they've re-victimized this girl. She has Stockholm Syndrome. She hasn't been posting. The last thing they did, and I was told that these folks here who are trying to discredit me, Candace, told her, if you and Les will sue Victor, try to get him for trafficking, you'll be able to make millions.
So Victor, an easy question for you. Have you ever done anything wrong?
What?
Of course, but in what context?
Just in your ministries, in the
sinner.
relationships that you've had with people that claim that they find you to be manipulative and abusive. Have you ever done anything wrong?
I've sinned.
Candace, I'm human. I've messed up plenty, but in the area of integrity, I've never intentionally gone after anybody. I've never manipulated, maligned, or tried to do things for money. So yeah, I mean, watch my film, read one of my 2 books. I talk about plenty of self-evident, ways that I depend on the grace of God. But I don't know if it's that hard to believe that somebody that came from my background, who feel like I've been given a second chance in life, my goal as a kid growing up was to become the man that I wish somebody would have been to help save me. And I turn around and God redeems my life for a greater good.
Wow.
What's so hard to believe about that? That I made right choices. I didn't have to end up in prison. Yeah, I struggled with drug abuse as a kid. I struggled with my temper early on, of which I told people I would, about once a year, I'd punch or kick a hole in a wall. That was many years ago. I told people I was under psychiatric care, 123 visits to a trauma specialist. Why wouldn't I after the abuse that I went through, which was severe, and torture? My life is a redeemed life. Never do I claim to be perfect, but my passion is I love people because I'm loved by God. And I don't know why, only since I've come into this space of running for governor has all hell broke loose. And
I think people are just looking into your background and they have some questions about, it just
So
seems a
you're
little bit
asking
fantastical, your relationships with the IDF. I mean, personally,
do you want
if
to
I was
talk
in
about that?
Well, I think you've been honest about your relationship with the IDF. I think you've just said that you have relationships with them. Obviously, you went on Charlie Kirk's show after October 7th. You've said you foster a relationship with them. I'm not saying nothing was made. I did. Nothing was said. Just to be clear, that was illegal about your relationship with them. There was nothing said that was implied that you did anything illegal.
Ask me what I did with the IDF. Ask me so I can tell you. Why don't you ask me what I did with the IDF? Why did I go to Israel?
Oh.
After October 7th, we played the clip on our show when you were on Charlie Kirk's show.
Do you know what I did there, Candace?
I can say what you said on the Charlie Kirk show, that you went there after October 7th to be able to tell the story of what had happened there, and to separate propaganda. People would say it was propaganda.
Correct.
But yeah, so we showed that.
Well, let me tell you, we helped 6,000 children who had been affected by the war between Hamas and Israel. And it was because we had access places and an invitation that we were able to go into these places.
Who invited you?
A nonprofit that was based inside of Israel, who was a Special Forces IDF guy who's followed us for years. We got invited in. And, the first question I asked him when I'm in kibbutzes with blood and gore everywhere, I said, why didn't the government respond? What happened? And my friends who lived there said two things, Victor. One, we were unprepared and we underestimated our enemy. I said, how long did it take for the government to send reinforcements? It was 6 hours. 6 hours. I asked every fighter, why? Why didn't they respond and help y'all? Why did they leave y'all here fighting? Why did so many women and children have to get killed? How come they didn't respond? No one has an answer. And someone should be held accountable for that. Because I'm not there to back Israel. I'm not there to back Palestinian folks. I'm there for women and children. And we put our life on the line to help. Over 6,000. I went into the West Bank, and yes, I did go into Gaza by virtue of these special operations teams. Not to shoot, not to kill, not to kick doors in. I went to pray. And we helped Palestinian kids who had been injured as well. This is who we are. And anything other than is just ridiculous. We handed out lion and lambs.
What do you think about what Israel is doing in Palestine at the moment?
Well, I know this. I know amazing IDF fighters. I know amazing people who are protecting their homeland. I love children on both sides of it. And I've been with great warriors. We've helped. But I don't, and I can't say that I fully trust the leadership and judgment of a government that waited 6 hours to send reinforcement. It's a 20-minute flight by helicopter. It's a 45-minute drive to send troops down there. The reasons they said, I still don't know. And I was told by everybody there'll be an investigation afterwards.
Yeah,
but I know this.
I think it was to establish the pretext for what they did in Gaza. I'm just asking, you've expressed that you and your wife care deeply about women and children.
We do.
And you can see the footage of what they have done to Gaza since. So I'm asking you.
It's horrific. While we were there, on
the
Israeli side, we had over 2,000 rockets launched at us. How are they still firing rockets? I said from the beginning.
No, I don't mean as Israel as the victim. I'm saying now I think the victim has flipped, obviously. In terms
I think innocent people on both sides paid a price, paid a horrible price.
But do you believe what's happening in Gaza is a genocide?
I would say this, it has turned into a genocide. But the question I have to ask, and you should be asking too, why didn't Hamas stop firing rockets when we were there doing humanitarian work? There was over 2,000 rockets fired at us in the areas that we were at. It was nonstop. I said this from the beginning. I put it online. I was on Fox. I said, Hamas needs to stop firing rockets in the beginning. Stop firing. Return the hostages. Return them. And then there'll be a ceasefire, work out something. They never did. And that's the question. Look, I love Palestinians. I love the people. I've helped kids, women. I love them. And to see people innocently slaughtered because of a terrorist group, Hamas, that continues to attack Israel, what are you going to do?
Well, I think the terrorist group now might be the IDF, right? Because of what's happening in Gaza. I don't think that that's done by people who are not terrorists. I mean, have you seen the videos of what's coming out of there?
I saw the videos of what Hamas did. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Guess what?
I do want to just show you, by the way, your website said that you rescued 45,000 people. I just want to show you that. This is the old website. Did this get changed? But a pastor, I don't know who changed this. Maybe you had somebody doing your website and that got changed. Did you have somebody make the website for you?
I can't.
It says a high-risk humanitarian who has rescued more than 45,000 women and children.
That's completely inaccurate. I would have never. What website is that on?
It's victor2026.com.
We never, anybody.
I wouldn't even sweat
that was on our website. I don't believe that. We would never put rescued 45,000. Never.
Is it on there now?
Okay. I don't say.
Yeah, I don't.
That. It's just, when it will still save former edits on a website. So it may have just been your website guy got something wrong. So I just wanted to let you know that we didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that is very interesting to hear your perspectives on what Israel is doing. I think it's probably going to be a number one issue. And I think right now, currently, people feel that the majority of the politicians have sold out to AIPAC. And I would definitely have some, questions about your relationship with the IDF. And like I said, Corby did not say that you did anything illegal by, if you are,
I can tell you,
are legally allowed to buy and sell guns.
Never did I ask Corby for 50,000 weapons for IDF. Why? I have an FFL. I only buy stuff for ourselves, for our training. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. And again, Corby's still loose out there. And if he's watching, Corby, please turn yourself into some authorities. Let them question you. And like I said from the beginning, please get help. Don't act upon the thoughts you're hearing.
So I'm sorry. Are you presenting that he's on the run right now from the federal government? Because that's a remarkable claim.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
Real quick. Okay, so I'm on Victor's website, Victor for governor. And it does say right here, that whole sentence, our team has served more. It says served more than 45,000 women and children, some of whom needed to be rescued from captivity and given second chance at life. I don't know if what Candace is reading. Maybe it did say that and they edited it or something of that nature, but it doesn't say it on his website. So I don't know where she got that from. But on his website, and I'll drop the link in the chat. It's Victor 2026. I was dropping in chat. It doesn't say that. So I don't know. Maybe it was edited. Maybe that's why he's looking so confused, because it doesn't say on the site. Okay, let's get back.
On the run, but I'm saying that the authorities are looking for him to question him.
Have they tried to call him?
I guess. I don't know. It's both the FBI and El Paso County.
That would just be a good start if you're looking for someone to just call them, right?
I'm sure they have. It's an open investigation, but I'm just saying Corby should just stop whatever he's doing and respond to authorities to get this sorted out.
But you don't know if they've reached out to him, but you're saying he should stop and respond?
I do not know. They've contacted me and said, do you know where he is? Do you know where he would be? And I'm like, I do not. So
okay, well,
that's why I'm
just to go back, just so you know, the way that you said it in the first time, you made it kind of sound like he was on the run from authorities, right? Turn yourself in sounds like, when you say turn yourself in, it sounds like there's a warrant for your arrest. So this is what I think that sometimes
like
you can
George.
get. You don't realize it, but
George should have turned himself in when he got that DUI.
You can get a little fantastical in your descriptions. Corby, stop what you're doing and turn yourself in is a little bit different from, I have no idea if they're reaching out to him, but I was told they might give him a call, right? So that's a little more reasonable of a statement to make.
Well, let me make it very clear. The FBI has contacted us. It's an open investigation, and El Paso County Sheriff Department, they are looking for Corby. Plain and simple. He should stop what he's doing and contact them or turn himself into local authorities wherever he is so he can be questioned.
You don't have to turn yourself in if there's not a warrant for your arrest. Respectfully,
Okay.
like that's not how that
Okay.
works. If they just have
Okay,
to call
cool.
them. I think that's a perfect place to leave that. Let's not pretend. If you said there's a warrant for his arrest, that'd be a little different. But you are not
Well, I didn't say
required
that.
in
Yeah.
in any of the 50 states to turn yourself in because somebody says, okay, we're gonna try to make some contact with this person. You have not said that he's not answering.
Candace has said more ridiculous stuff. She said that they need to drag Erica Kurt into a police station and question her. She said that she's guilty of assassination of her husband. She's been more egregious than this little mix up that he said right there. I mean, like, let's just use the same equal weights and measures, Candace.
I want to stay away from the fantastical stories and the narratives and just stick to the facts. Like I said, I've heard that there's an open investigation into you and has something to do with guns. I don't know, but I wouldn't just assert
not
things.
true.
We could say,
We've never
Victor,
been
stop what you're
contacted.
doing and turn yourself in because somebody got a phone call.
That's a complete fabrication.
Okay.
I
It's
work
always
with
a
law
fabrication when
enforcement.
it's okay. Well,
No,
we'll,
Candace,
we'll leave that
work.
alone. So
We
you
don't have
assert
to.
that
If
Corby's
someone-
accusations
if
against you
someone
are
if someone said they were going to kill you and they told somebody how, would you want that person to talk to the law enforcement
I
agencies?
have no evidence of that. And like I said,
Okay,
some of your
well,
stories.
What about your French assassination plot? What about your French assassination plot, Candace? How about that one? I don't know. Victor may or may not be actually trolling her.
Just a perfect example is what you just did there.
It's Corey
when you say
Kennedy
stop and turn
who
yourself in.
platformed Corby. Obviously, this is a little bit more.
And I am platforming you right now, actually. So here we go.
Yeah, but I've done nothing wrong. If
never in your
anything,
life.
That's just incredibly sarcastic.
Yeah, I was being sarcastic. I find you to be arrogant and off-putting, actually.
Wow.
It was a little bit of sarcasm of me basically pointing to the fact that you come across as very arrogant, and it is off-putting that you make statements like you make. Stop what you're doing and turn yourself out. You're constantly presenting yourself like you're some sort of an authority. You can just deliver the facts. I received a phone call from this person. They said they might be looking for him, and I don't know where that went since.
The irony of what Candace is saying here, I hope somebody sends this to Milk Bar. The irony of what she's saying is crazy work. She wants people to bring wheelbarrows of evidence to her all the time. Wow. This is some high level crazy right
That
here.
would be a logical,
Candace,
non-emotive
it's
statement.
completely appropriate for me to say law enforcement is looking for an individual who confessed to someone who platformed him on your show, connected y'all, that he is homicidal and he wants to kill me and this is how he's going to do it.
I just
the same way
don't
that Charlie
know
was killed.
if I believe that the feds would need you to help look for him if that were true. They do have resources. But like I said, I also don't believe that you beheaded a cat when you were 3 because kids are not that strong and that's a hard thing to do. I don't believe you wore a cat head because there's a lot of things that you say that I don't believe. So I'm just going to file it under.
But I'll tell you, be very careful in minimizing someone who's been victimized, including children, because there are millions of us out there.
I do not believe the story that you were forced to behead a cat and it was your first memory.
You don't have to. But be
just
very careful minimizing.
I don't believe that. I truly don't. And that is not to victimize children. I do think that what you're actually doing is you're being emotionally manipulated by saying, oh, if you don't believe me, then you don't believe victims. No, I believe things that sound believable because I have a logical, rational brain. And I have to stop
you've never been victimized. You've never
shooting
suffered
and murdering
abuse.
people, and the sheriff's department not wanting to figure out who that is or not knowing where it happened.
I'll tell you
a
what,
lot of it
Candace,
does not ring
I
true
get
to
it.
me. And like I said, I
get
did
it.
enough due diligence to
That's
speak to your
fine.
relatives, and they say that it's not true.
You haven't
and
done your due
You're
diligence.
presenting.
Okay, she is crashing out. I could watch this till the end though. Let's go.
It as though they're protecting the abuser. I just am telling you, I personally don't believe it.
Basics.
And
how about
if
we introduce
I
you
were
to
a
the
Colorado
international
resident,
crimes? I would say this.
I wouldn't be voting for
We can introduce you to international. Well, you're not. It doesn't matter. What I would say is this: the international crimes against children. Let us introduce you to detectives that actually work on child abuse cases and have one conversation with them to see
I don't
what's
believe you wore a
really
cat
real.
head. I don't. I'm sorry.
You don't have to. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm saying don't minimize people who've been
crashing out
victimized
in
as
4K,
children.
y'all.
I'm
That is
not.
a
I'm
very
talking about
dangerous
you
area.
directly. So you don't have to make
But
this.
I am.
You don't have to universalize
one that
it.
represents millions, Candace.
I don't think you represent millions, Victor Marx. I really struggle, and I actually am hopeful that you don't represent millions. I want to be. I want to have a hopeful picture.
Trust me,
of the future.
There
of this
are
country.
millions that follow me that suffer abuse, and that's why our films, our books. That's why me telling my story encourages and gives them hope. That's as simple as that. We'll never stop doing that, whether you believe it or not. That's not the point here. The point is to say that I didn't suffer abuse the way I'm
not saying you didn't suffer some form of abuse. I'm saying you didn't.
It's horrible.
I don't believe you
it's
wore a
horrible.
beheaded cat head after you beheaded it. I don't believe that. If that's okay, if we can just agree to disagree on that one.
Yeah.
Just a lot of the mechanisms there just don't make sense to me.
You should talk to ICAC detectives, people who work on sex crimes against children, and kids who are abused and murdered. There was a kid here, 4 years old, that was beat to death.
I believe
bone in
kids
his
are
body.
beat to death.
Yes, that's right.
Absolutely. Wait, but if he was beat to death, he wasn't there, right?
Pardon me?
There was a kid that you said was there at your house, and then he got beat to death?
No, here in Colorado, recently, a 4-year-old was beat to death by a caregiver. 4 years old.
Yeah, that happens all across the nation. That's a believable story.
That's right. And do you think they never suffer any type of torment or torture before that? Or is it just an act?
I would struggle to believe that a 3-year-old beheaded a cat and then had to wear it on their head. I struggle with that one, if that's okay.
The cat was dead.
I didn't think it was alive after it was beheaded. I mean, I don't think we're disagreeing on whether or not the cat was alive.
Study voodoo. Candace, do a short study in voodoo and understand
she knows about voodoo
rituals against boys. If you go deep enough, you'll see how twisted it is. I'm not here to glorify darkness at all. That's not my point. My point is that we bring life and hope, and maybe some things that even you don't believe that happened to me as a child motivate me to help kids over these last 40 years, which is documented and provable. I don't know why you feel you're the person who has to, but maybe I do now because you just said it. If you lived in Colorado, you wouldn't vote for me. So maybe you're getting paid by somebody to discourage a vote toward me, which is the only reason all this stuff.
I actually removed myself from politics altogether after Charlie got killed. I'm not voting for anybody.
But you didn't remove yourself because you just made a statement. So
no, I said I don't live in Colorado, so it's not.
But
there's no consequence.
He called you out.
You told people not to vote.
Yeah, I will be. I will own that. I have many times since the Charlie Kirk assassination and the lies surrounding his assassination have said.
Well, thanks for leaning into trying to dissuade people from voting for me and discredit me as a child who was abused. I've given plenty of time. It's supposed to be 30 minutes. Do you have any follow-up questions because I do have to end this,
I thank you very much for your time. I wanted to make sure that I provided you equal time to be able to answer some of the questions. I think you did clarify some things. I don't think anyone will ever forget that you served for 3 years. I won't. I will make sure everybody knows that from here all the way to Colorado. This man served for 3 years. And I think that's a thank you for your service to this country.
You're welcome.
It's a great place to end. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Candace.
All right, you guys, we will be right back after a brief break, and I'll answer some of your questions.
Ooh, she is fit to be tied. Candace is angry.com. Ooh, wee. What have y'all done? Y'all done got this woman all up in a tizzy.
Dying laughing at him crying about his time in service. What a joke. Yeah, I was like, I really think people who serve are a little tougher than that. They could just answer the question like we weren't trying to diss them. I said 2 years. I think they thought it was 4 years. We said 2. And he's like, you don't even know how to read this form. And it's like, well, all right. 3 years, man. It's all you. Cat Babwatch writes, Christ has been my savior since 1982. Since then, I have had a gift of discernment. This man is evil and he may know Christ, but I'm sure Christ will say to him one day, I never knew you, depart from me. Wow. The Gospel of Matthew, absolutely. Julia writes, Army veteran of 10 years of service here, not offended. I'm offended that he was begging for an apology. We served to defend our country, I thought. Feeling hurt over one last year is wild. Great job holding your ground. Proud of you as always. Anytime somebody's like demanding apology, I just find it to be weird. Like, why would you want an apology if I'm not sorry? It's just like a weird power move. Say sorry to me. It's like,
I don't think he said I'm
not
sorry. He
your
said just
kid,
apologize.
man.
That's just acknowledging that, hey, I made a mistake. My bad. Oh, you know what? Hey, I didn't mean to offend you. I said 2, it should have been 3. My bad. And keep it moving. That's not saying I'm sorry. You don't have to be sorry to apologize. I don't even know what sorry means in that regard. Like, okay. I mean, you didn't physically harm the person. So, but see, Candace won't actually acknowledge that she was wrong. And that's what these text messages and these comments are proving. Candace refuses to say, like, you know what? I was wrong. My bad. Because that's all he wanted her to do, was to just acknowledge that she was wrong. Not necessarily grovel on the ground and all that kind of stuff, but just to acknowledge that she was wrong. Okay, let's get done because I'm going to get out of here.
I'm not your kid. We will not be demanding any apologies out of me. I don't owe you an apology. It was an honest mistake, and you do come off like a crybaby for taking it that personally. Alaska Dog Lady writes, no, he did not dare call us Timu TMZ. This man is unstable. Christ have mercy on our ears. I'm going to have to tell my priest that I will chill. Yeah, he did. He called us Timu TMZ, and I think TMZ is pretty Timu. So that ain't good for us or something. But you could see he just sort of like had that ready to go and then kept saying it. And it was just weird.
She was upset about that.
Feel like it was a bit childish, to be honest. Munoz writes,
okay, but it wasn't but you weren't childish to keep bringing up the cat conversation. But you brought up the cat like 45 times. But when he called you Timu TMZ, and only said it twice, mind you, that was, he had that loaded up, ready to go, blah, 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 blah. But you kept talking about the cat at least, I mean, several times. Okay. I just want to make sure we got it right.
No body language interpreter, but Victor seems incredibly uncomfortable. Lying makes people naturally uncomfortable. He just kind of strikes me as someone who's used to talking a lot. He doesn't listen a lot, but he's used to just speaking all the time and letting people believe him. And you can see that actually when we were watching some of the clips of him on stage, he actually probably would have crushed it as a comedian. He's got good timing and he just believes everything that he says. He's not used to being challenged. And you can see that it sends him into a rage. Like when he said, oh, like I had to work, I used to punch holes in walls. I'm like, I feel like you still need to work on your temper because you just came here thinking that you were going to direct the conversation on my show. Doesn't work like that. Actually, it's my show.
So Candace has not said that she has an anger issue. She didn't say that the fact that, I'm sorry, I think Victor was a great foil for Candace today. I think this was a great foil. I don't think she came out of this looking as good as she thinks she did.
Kay Jordan writes, the gaslighting is insane. Him knowing Charlie was dead as soon as he saw the video, but calling for prayer, then announcing he's dead. Yeah, that part made no sense. I didn't buy it, but it allowed him to say that tell it in the way that he wanted to. You continue with prayers to St. Michael the Archangel. Please stay safe, Candace. I do that prayer every single day. It's a powerful prayer. I really do believe it is. TN Cricket writes, tell me that you've never helped an abuse victim without saying that you've never helped an abuse victim. Asking someone on a live show if they've ever been abused, obviously expecting a no answer. The truth is not in him. You could just see the way that he's kind of like, if you question me, you're questioning all abuse victims. It's like, no, most abuse victims don't say that they beheaded a cat.
That's what you do. That's not Candace. Isn't that what Candace does all the time? We, the people, us, she does this all the time. Wow.
When they were 3. And I'm able to compartmentalize that. That to me, as I said to him, felt like an emotionally manipulative tactic. Like, I now represent, he said that. He's like Trump, and Trump's like, I am MAGA. He's like, I am abuse victims.
He did not
Nobody,
say that.
You're not. Everybody knows people that have been abused. And I've never seen people behave like that, like they are the authority on abuse. And that, again, your character comes across when you speak.
You're
he
the
didn't
authority on
represent
Charlie
himself
Kirk.
well at all.
Wow. You're the authority on Charlie Kirk, ma'am. Okay, let this video end, Lord.
And he had the platform too. Sport Nana writes, we stand with CO. Thank you very much. Sev Games a lot writes, Candace, can you please give a shout out to the Free Wendy Williams movement? Yeah, I should look into, I know a bit about that. We have not covered it on the show, but it is crazy to think that a bank can just step in and take over your entire life. We got to just start using cash again, guys. We got to get out of this system. Wait till they bring in like chips and digital IDs. want inserted into our arms. They've got quite a dystopian vision for the future. Minnesota Lizzie writes, hey, Candace, I look back and Charlie Kirk did say that his daughter's favorite song is Jolene by Dolly Parton. I'm thinking replace the female name and it could be about mom, ? Truth Prevail writes, you definitely have a lot of patience for dealing with this guy. As a veteran myself, no offense taken at all. Victor is gaslighting and he's also a narcissist. He can't even answer a question without being belligerent. Yeah, that is the perfect adjective for him. He's belligerent. And I don't think he's aware that he's belligerent. I think he thinks he's calm and he thinks it's a rational thing to get all like bent out of shape about how many years of service, as if we meant it as a diss. Like, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's not my life. We're happy to correct it and just move on. And he's like, no, this is where I'm going to crush you. This shows you're a disinformation platform. You said 2, it was 3. It's a weird thing to be hung up about. And I always have a lot of patience with dealing with people who I just see right through. And that, to me, that whole act is just someone who likes to be in control, but hasn't even managed controlling his own emotions. The listening doctor writes, I am a medical doctor, and I will tell you that abused people abuse others. It is true, but murder and animal abuse is another level. This man is dangerous, and he is normalizing his behavior and making abused people look bad. That is a very good point. And that's kind of what I think I was trying to get at with him. I don't know if I was as eloquent as I could have been in saying that this is different. You're talking about like killing an animal and wearing an animal on your head. Like, that's not standard abuse. That's like Jeffrey Dahmer. Like when we like see somebody who has the traits for a serial killer. And so they usually say abused animals in their youth and then went on to become a serial killer when they were older. I don't like that background. And everything about that. Like, I murdered a man when I was 7 and like I had to deal with that and everything's fine now. And we don't know where the body is. Like, oh, so you didn't know where you lived? You drove around somewhere. You don't know where you were. As I said, I spoke to his direct relatives and they said it's just not true. Like, that's just not something that wouldn't have come up. They were close to him. So I guess he says he has a sister not on his stepfather's side of the family who can confirm that they experienced abuse. I'm sure abuse has many names. There are people who think they're abused when somebody sends them a mean text message. We can be talking about verbal abuse, parents that shout and scream all the time. And then you're talking about this level, this rarely unlocked level of abuse where you're saying you had to murder people before you were 7 and behead a cat and wear its head. And then said something about voodoo traditions, which I know nothing about. And I'm interested in how he knows. Well, he's spending some time in Haiti. Maybe. I'll have to figure it out. The listening doctor, I'm sorry, that was you. Sarah Bryan writes, conclusively, I pray for you, Candace. If I ever was lucky enough to have a daughter, I certainly would like her to be just like you, honest, loving, and caring about others. I know in my heart that you will find answers about Charlie. I worry about the fact that these are the people that Charlie surrounded himself with. I worry about the fact that Charlie was even prayed over by someone like Victor Marx. I don't find him to be, like I said, many fantastical pastors that are around him, and none of them feel godly to me. They do all feel like they think they're gods in their own personal capacity. And that's what you kind of get. He's like, I read the Bible, so now I'm God. And I can do everything God can do. Did you see? It's right here in the Bible. Don't you believe in the Bible? Well, I'm here to interpret it for you and tell you what I can do. That is someone that you should run from. And Charlie was immersed in this world from Turning Point USA Faith. I found him to be a little reticent to discuss much about, kind of leaving Erica out of the story. Charlie was already married to her. She was the one who was driving home Turning Point Faith. In fact, Charlie said as much on stage in Aspen. Notorious Aspen trip, Charlie said when he mentioned Turning Point USA Faith that like his wife does a lot of work for Turning Point USA Faith. That was her thing. And that would make sense as to why she was very close with Eileen Marx. Don't find any of this to be coincidental. He is exactly what I thought he would be. So what are we to make of his proximity to Turning Point USA? If we can discern that after me talking to him for an hour, why can nobody at Turning Point USA pick up on that? Who's giving him an office? Who's telling him to pray over Charlie? Who's the person in Charlie's ear saying you can trust this guy? I think it's Erica. I think it was Erica who brought these people around and pushed Charlie to have relationships with them. That's my viewpoint. A lot of things changed when Erica came into the picture, and I would argue not for the better in terms of the faith department. Anyway, If you'd like to support our show and the work that we do, we
I don't
have new
want
merch
to. I don't
available.
want to support your show. Oh my gosh! Wow, y'all. That's very interesting. How Candace took that interview and remastered it and remixed it, literally chopped and screwed it, literally right in front of us. That's crazy work. And I think it also goes to show the discernment of her audience. And if those comments are for real, I don't know if they're real. I don't know if they're bots. I'm not going to even have that argument tonight. But the way that she misunderstood that interview is going to have to be studied by science. Okay, it's going to have to be, because like the fact that she did not get it is pretty clear, and I do think that I just saw right here is showing that she's getting worse. I do believe that, because it's not only that it's wild, but it's also just showing that she's not grounded in any kind of reality. So by reading the Bible, you reading the scriptures on your own means that you think you're God and you can do what God does. That's what she just said. Now, again, I don't believe that we are supposed to be commanding angels. I don't believe that we're supposed to be talking to demons. Sure, the Lord did that in the scriptures. We ourselves are not told as a church to do that. In my opinion, I don't believe it. But I'm not mad at you if you believe that. I'm just saying I think we tread in some dangerous waters when we get there. But let's move forward from there. There's other things scriptures tell us to do, Candace, that you're not doing. Like praying for one another. Like, why is that odd that the man prayed for Charlie? Like, why is that offending? She's offended that he prayed for Charlie. She's upset. Like, why are you upset about that? Why does it have to be a big secret cabal? Like, oh, Erica put that together. Like, okay, fine. If my wife put together that somebody prayed for me, let me tell you something. I need all the prayer I can get. Okay, I'm the sum total of all your prayers for me. Like, that's some crazy work right there. But she's upset about it. Like, she's really, truly upset about it. And she's so bitter about Erica. It is almost kind of sad to watch. Like, wow, you try to bring Erica into every conversation. That's crazy work, man. That's crazy work. But you know what else is crazy work? These great, fantastic supers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the content that you create. I appreciate you, Brian. Thank you so much for the $2 super. I appreciate you. Been a member for 24 months, 2 years. Amethyst says this. She got a taste of what losing her channel will look like. He owned her straight, no chaser. I don't understand how she came out of that look feeling like, I personally believe that the comments, if they're real, they were curated because they're going to boost her ego. But if they're not real, they were written so that they could boost her ego. That's what I really believe happened. Thank you again, Amethyst, for the 2. He has no shame of his testimony. And that's what Candace wants you to be ashamed of. Candace wants you to be ashamed of where you've come from. Whatever. I mean, whether he's lying about his past or whether his past is exactly as he said, she wants him to be ashamed of it no matter what. And he wasn't ashamed of it. And I think that was where the problem came in, that he wasn't going to back down and be like, oh, well, maybe I didn't. Oh, you're right. No, he's like, no, that's what happened. And you don't believe it? Okay, fine. Shout out. Thank you so much. MG, thank you so much for the 2. Let's start it now. Go Marx. Yeah, Marx brought that noise. I like him, man. He was great. We'll definitely keep eye on him in Colorado. Watch his interview on the Daily Carry. Daily Carry. He's a good person. Okay, I'll look at the Daily Carry. I appreciate it. Bertina, thank you so very much for that. And what's Phantom say over here? I appreciate you. Been a member for 8 months. If falling out is unfollowing someone, her and Charlie fell out in 2024. That should tell you everything about their relationship. Glass house. That's a great question. And you know what? I got a feeling we're going to hear more about that. I do think that that's going to come back. So I appreciate you, Phantom. Hold on to that. I got a feeling we're going to hear about when Charlie and Candace stop following one another, since that's the rule and the standard that she's using. Shout out. Thank you so much, Juby. Juju says this, gifting a membership to somebody. You got a membership from Juju? Tell her thank you. Put her name on it and say, we appreciate you. Phantom says this with a 5. No, someone can be a person of interest. The person does not have to warrant yet. The authorities can be looking for him. She is stupid. Yeah, I'm like, there's too many instances of that I'm like, I thought she was just trying to be like, I thought she was being obtuse, to be fair. I thought she was just being like dumb, But I'm like, maybe she really doesn't understand that. Like, if the police are looking for you, they might want you just to come in and have a conversation. I've seen tons of body cam where people just come in and have a conversation. They're not a warrant. They're not out, doing, running helicopters and black ops, but they're just like, hey, we would like you to come in and talk. You can come in tomorrow at 9:00. Come on in. Like the lady that did the hit and run. Why the lady ran over the guy's truck and ran over the guy's car with her Jeep. She came in the next day. They decided, just come on in. There was no warrant. They just wanted to talk to her. They talked to her and they arrested her right there on the spot. Thank you so much for being a member, Marla. Been a member for 3 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Y'all, it is hot and it is well past my bedtime. I'm going to get ready to bug out of here, but I plan to be back tomorrow. I got a lot of good videos to drop for y'all tomorrow. So I think we'll have a good time. Thank y'all so much, everybody, the moderators. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much for the very kind supers. Thank you also for supporting the channel by liking this video. Hype the video up. If you're on the vertical stream, you can use the hype button on your phone. Hype it up. I really do appreciate it. Let me make sure I got this right. I will put all those links to the various videos that we watched earlier. I'll put them in the description when we get done. So thank y'all so much, every last one of y'all. It's been a blast tonight, but I'm going to get out of here because you know what? I didn't tell y'all. Crazy update. Got up early this morning. Chief Executive Second Born is now a driver. That was fun. We had to get up early this morning to get over there to the driver's license place. It was not bad. I will give Georgia's DMV credit. They are definitely really good. And then after that, we were able to drive over and see her grandma. Grandma is in rehab right now. She's happy and healthy, all that kind of good stuff like that. But she's already talking about how she wants us to break her out of here. So we got to pray. They said she's going to be there for 6 weeks. I'm like, I don't know about 6 weeks. So that's what the doctor told me today, that they think she's going to be in rehab for 6 weeks. I'm hoping it's not going to be that long. So we'll see. But I want it to be long enough to be right. So let me make sure I say that too. I don't care how long she's there, as long as her shoulder works properly. She can stay there as long as she needs to. But if she's less than that, we won't be mad. So anyway, we're going to, so now that Taylor can drive, Chief Executive Second Born can drive, she can drive herself to work now. Oh, I'm so happy. She can drive herself to school next year. I am so happy. Oh, I hope I forget even this. I hope I forget what the school looks like. That's what I'm talking about. I want to forget what the school looks like. I don't even want to know what it looks like anymore. Oh, y'all, thank you so much, everybody. It's been a lot of fun. We're going to do it again tomorrow, Lord willing. It looks like the overall consensus is that y'all are not necessarily, hold on, let me see this poll. The poll is kind of like conflicted. Don't look like y'all really want to watch that Hunter Biden one. Let me see real quick. Yes, it's definitely, oh my gosh. It's 59 to 58. Wait. 59 to 40. Okay, yeah. Actually, I want to watch it. I'm sorry. All right, so we'll talk about it on tomorrow. We'll lay it out. We'll lay it out a little bit. And we'll get ready to talk about it on Thursday. I think that's when she's supposed to be doing it. Hunter Biden. Maybe we'll do it like this. We'll do it late. We'll just capture it and just watch it ourselves. Maybe that's what we'll do. So thank y'all so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Tip your waiters on the way out the door. Make sure you hit those green hearts, all that kind of good stuff. Have a fantastic evening, my good people. Oh, maybe I'll put up, you know what? I'll put up a community post again just to make sure we get the full poll consideration over there. How about that one, Amethyst? Amethyst said she had enough of them. I do think it's going to be interesting seeing the contrast between Victor, who has done nothing wrong, right? And Biden, who she's called a crackhead, all this kind of crazy stuff. And we know the sins that he has done. I think it would be interesting to see the contrast of how she deals with, how she dealt with Victor Marx and then how she's going to deal with Hunter Biden. I do think that would be kind of interesting. I'm not saying we got to watch it, but I'm just saying I do think that would be kind of interesting. Don't you agree? Everybody have a great night. I'll see you all real soon. Everybody, grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, Grace and peace.